everybody, it is me, No Name Moment 7 Spore, and I want to make sure that my stream is muted. Where I have it up, it is good. And I am back today, give me just a moment, with more... Oh, come on, I'm being... Oh wait, no, hold on. There we go, I was being really stupid. I've not done this in a while. Kerbal Space Program 2! Yeah. Definitely been a while since I've live streamed this. And, it's time to resume the campaign. Currently, I'm actually in a situation where I do not have any spacecraft in testing. Now, one thing I want to quickly check is what does the power test hold again? Because I was actually, I've had this loaded up. I was actually looking at some stuff. I actually created a, the list of contracts I need to do as well as their current progress. So, like, what haven't I started and what's going on, what can I ignore, what can't I ignore. And I'm beginning to think it might be worthwhile to really get started onto that Dip into the Sun's Corona mission. Or Kerbal's Corona mission. Come on, Kerbal, there we go, thank you. And also, this was the previous launch with Mupos 4 down here and Mugs 1 up here. Mupos 4 is currently non-functional, while Mugs 1 was able to complete its mission. And I was taking a look to just kind of see what science was on Mupos 4, just to well, I'm gonna try to do launch a salvage probe to Mupos 4 to attempt to restore power. But I was also trying to check, I need photometry data on something, and that's probably actually just gonna be on the other launch vehicle, like as a little side thing to this. Well, not this, but, whichever one of these I launch next on Robin 3A4. I was also thinking about making a modification to Robin 3A4 by stretching this out. Actually, I don't want to open anything right now. Why am I opening something? I don't want to open anything. Well, I can't open something. Actually, I just don't think I'm going to use Robin 3A4. It's, surplus to requirements. I'll either use, Robin 3A3, or I will, go up to Swallow. Which I believe, if I am correct, the engines for Swallow are at this point adequately tested. Wherever they may be. I know there are, from the Angara mod. I think. Eisenhower. These things. Okay, so if I put that down, yeah, that's an engine safety rating of 9 right now. If I put one of these down, that's an engine safety rating of 9 if new, and I assume these are like 10. Okay. So that's good. I was just kind of trying to double check all those, make sure that those were legitimately still there. Or not still there. Good enough for flight purposes. The other thing I wanted to quickly check, fuel tanks wise, is do I need to start testing dumplings? There you go. I'm gonna say that that's fine. That is acceptable. That's an acceptable risk for the launch of the vehicle I intend to put that on, which actually means that I believe that all of my vehicles would be adequately developed at this point in time. But the one thing I wanted to check was if I go to electrical, have I actually spawned in any RTGs yet? Ooh, RTGs don't have a chance of failure. Interesting. I could probably get larger ones, to be honest. So you provide 1 power a second, that would provide 1 power a second, that would provide 2 a second, 0.2 a second. Any other available RTGs somewhere? Radial batteries? Yeah, no, batteries have a chance of failure, so I'm not using those yet. Probably get some bigger solar panels. Is that all the RTGs I have? I have this one. Ooh, unlock. Ooh. Ooh, that is a really high unlocked cost. With worse electric charge. Yeah, no. Okay, so why I was checking that was for the Corona satellite launch, I am heavily thinking about using, retractable solar panels and having RTGs on there to supply power when it is within the sun's Kerbal's corona. And what I was checking was, I'm making sure that I can launch this mission. I think I can launch this mission. Like, I am not seeing, from a parts perspective, any hard stop on building and launching that mission. It will not be the first thing I develop right now, but there's no hard stop on doing that. Which is excellent. Okay, so, contract-wise, I do have to do another Mun contract, a geophysical survey of the Mun. Um, Let me quickly see what this entails again. As this very likely, I'm trying to think what sort of rocket this needs, whether this would be best on a Robin 3A2, or if even like a Robin 2 is in the consideration. Maybe even like one of the more advanced versions of Starling 1. No, I think I'd do Robin 2. Or yeah, no, maybe Robin 3. Maybe Robin 3. I think Robin 3, and that's more for fairing size because of the, 2 contracts as a part of 1. The contracts I'd have to do. So, what am I having to put on this? First of all, I'm gonna have to put on photopolameter. It needs a photopolameter on this, and it is going to need a gravity scan, a charged particle data, and a magnetometer scan. Um, Actually, that is probably possible. This is probably possible on a Starlink. Um, yeah, do I do like Starlink 2A, a Starlink 2E1 or a Starlink 2E2, or Starlink, yeah, Starlink 2A1. God damn it. Starlink 2AE1 or Starlink 2BE2. I could do one of those two for this flight. Or do I do a Robin 2? Actually, I think fairing size would be roughly the same. Then I have to, not only would it be that, I'd also have to get the extra craft to rendezvous the other probe, and that is going to be heavy. So I think that's, to be safe, I think I will do that on maybe a Robin 3A2. Unless there's something good available right now. 1 star. We have relay satellites, so that's around Bob. I don't know what Quasin is or Hale is. Local observation flights. This is Minmus's pole. Experiment telemetry report, science rack experiment, so no. What about you? And no. I'm just turning some of those down. Interesting. Ooh. Situation landed, Geiger counter. Oh god, Midlands, Farside Basin, and Northeast Basin, so I'd have to do 3 landings. Help a scientist perform experiments, that's gonna be a no. Cosmocat oh my god, these are Cosmocat port. Oh, that's a recover. Okay, that's not good. That's a recover, transmit. So charged particle data well in space near the moon. So that's easy. So these are both on the moon or Mun. In this case, I'd have to lander on the Northeast Basin, Farside Basin, and Midlands. And on this case, I'd have to do Southwest Crater, East Crater, and Polar Crater. So these would be interesting missions because it would be having to divert a bunch of probably little landers. Let me actually check. So we got radiometer scan and Geiger counter. Actually, let me look up Mun biomes. Mun biome map. Because the thought is, would it be possible to put these on a rover? That's my first, kind of thought process here. Is what's the situation in using a rover? So Midlands. Hold on, Midland. Okay, the gray's the Midlands. So which biomes do the Midlands border? So they border the Northwest Crater, the lowlands, of course, the canyons, um, so that would be the Farside Basin and the Northern Basin. The Midlands, the Northeast Basin, and the Farside Basin. So both basins and the Midlands. Okay, so that could require like a lander and then a rover. Um, but I'd have to be really precise in the landing zone. I think it would be easier to do multiple landers if I'm going to be honest. Oh man, these would be interesting contracts to do. So this one would be Southwest Crater, East Crater, and Polar Crater. So it's Polar Crater, um, East Crater. Like here's the thing, what if I do all of these at once? East Crater is there. And oh no, this is just that's landed. This would be just in space, right? Oh no, this one's low in space. So these two are landed. Midlands and Farside Crater would be landed. This one would just be low in space. Um, over the over the Northeast Basin. So that would be fairly easy. So that's low in space, high in space, high in space. That's also fairly easy. I think I take this. We gotta bring something with a radiometer scan and probably a Geiger counter. Actually, hell if I... Hmm. So I'd probably want to do like 2 small landers, each with Geiger counters, and then oh, this would be a recover. That's all recover. This is all recover or transmit. So landed, seismic scan in a lot of locations, surface sample, and a gravity scan. I don't think I want to do that one. Don't want to do that. Oh god, no, not that. Like this would be interesting. It's probably not quite worth a recover mission just yet. But be worth doing. Because if I do this and combine it with this, I think that's worth doing. Okay. Let me add these to the contract list. Um, 2 field research team contracts. I'll take the third. I will take all 3 of these. So, hold on. Radiometer scans of Mun, Cosmocat Mun, and Geiger counter. Um, Base over base Mun. I'll just call it Mun space. Land 2 probes on Mun. Let me just make sure. Hold on. Oh, actually, I'm thinking I could bundle all these into one flight, or bundle them into 2. I think what I would do is I'd take 1 radiometer satellite and just start adjusting its orbit. That would probably work. Geiger counter, I'd probably land 2 of them. I think it is easier to land 2 of them than to try to do a rover. I think it would be cheaper to do 2 landings than to do a rover and just have each landing with a Geiger counter on it. Um, and then the Cosmocat report can easily be bundled with the radiometer scan. Let me just quickly check what the radiometer scan requires in terms of the science output. But yeah, this makes me strongly consider bundling more flights together. I guess the other thought is that I wind up launching, or I do wind up launching 2 missions, but on the upcoming, or the, more, in the closer upcoming one, oh god, what am I thinking? Yeah, on the non-lander one. I bundled that as a second payload on the Blue Dog mission I'm about to launch. The one which needs recovery. And recovery would be done by, something I already have designed. Um, so I need a radiometer scan. Let me just type in radiometer, see what comes up before I accept this contract. Isotope. Oh god, there's a lot of stuff here. Antenna, microwave data, take infrared measurements. So it might be that. Oh god. Observe IR radiation. It could be that. Oh, it might be IR radiometer data. We have a lot of antennas here. Soil moisture sensor. Collect soil moisture data, so it's not going to be that. Not going to be dish reflectors. Radio astronomy, observations. It's not that. Radio for action groups, phased array, phase relay, Geiger counter. Okay, so Geiger counter is log radiation. It's not what we're looking for. So, IR radiometry measurements and UV photometry measurements. Oh, we have an infrared radiometer there. Could be that. Communications, antennas. I'm gonna assume it's not a one of those. In the antennas. Radiation emulsions, it's not gonna be that. Not gonna be atomic rocket motors, not gonna be an antenna. Yeah, these are all antenna, it looks like. Okay, a radiant scan, it is probably not that. Ooh, actually it could be that. Do I have one of those around the mun? I don't know. A radiometer scan. I really need something to, like, see all the science. I need a mod to do that, because, like, this is actually kind of confusing. Four cavity radiometers. It might be... I see the word scan there. So I feel like I'd take one of those. Be 6,000. And I'd probably take... I don't know if I'd take this. Our radiometer data, or... Probably not observe IR radiation. Which would be the other one? Could get this. Alright, so that is... Let me check. So this is infrared radiometry measurements. This is IR radiometer data. That is IR radiation. I think I would need all of these on the same spacecraft, because I don't know which one it is. Radiometry. I think I will get this too. But it does kind of seem to be like, oh, you know, let's have multiple things on the same label, and I'm trying to figure out what's doing what experiment. Which, yes, probably means that there's going to be a good amount of wasted mass here, because, and wasted cost, because I'm unsure which experiment is which. Let's accept the contracts. And a Geiger counter will be a little expensive, and I'll need 2 of them, but I think that can be done. I have complete confidence that, you know, a Robin could get, you know, 2 miniature lunar landers into Mun orbit, have them detach and perform their own landings, and everything would be fine. If they just have a Geiger counter and a couple solar panels on them, it'll probably work. So, check. Check. And check. Okay, we have some Mun missions to do. We're gonna have a very fun set of Mun missions here. So I'm gonna have to strap 3 spacecraft together, which I think means that we are talking about a Robin 3A3 at minimum. Yeah, I think it'll be a Robin 3A3. Yeah, the other thought would be a Swallow, but I think a Robin 3A3 is just gonna be a little bit more suited for this mission. And I also need to make sure that the what is it? The deployment of the fairings is set to an actually good value, which we can check right here. So I'll probably want like an ejection force of maybe 200 to 300. So that's a Robin 3A4. We're not launching this on a Robin 3A4. It massively underperformed. I think a Robin 3A3 will be better. Which, I mean, has less fuel, but that also means less strain on the first stage, and I think that was the issue with Robin 3A4. Okay, so first of all, fairing ejection force, I have already changed it to 300. Excellent. So I have three main things I need to do. We are going to need to have one mission, which is the Blue Dog geophysical survey of the Mun. That will be one mission. Second mission will be a extra maneuvering power pack to provide or to dock with Mupos 4 and re-provide it with power. And also command a shutdown for the current scan going on, so it can then complete its mission. And then the third will be that oh rad, but the field science mission. At some point, I will also want to send two landers, but these will probably be packaged together on their own launch vehicle for the other mission. Yeah, here's the thing. Look at this. This launch vehicle is like 4,700. 4,700 to launch a Robin 3A3. Um, I think I can get two Lunar landers for under 100,000, which will make that contract good. So, contract-wise, don't care about that, don't care about that, don't care about that. I do need to do something for the geological survey of Kerbin. There is an interesting one there. Okay, so let's turn all these off for now. Okay, so yeah, this allows me to actually look through here. From another charged particle data. Let me grab that. Yeah, grab that. Well, oh, okay. No, that's the other grad contract, if I'm right. The missing science. Oh no, that's this. Let's just grab this one. Okay. I'm gonna assume that's another field research team contract. Let me just quickly add that. Another charged particle data. Is that a recover? No, that is a recover or transmit. Okay. So, I'm gonna bundle this leftover data for... Actually, yeah, I'm gonna bundle this leftover data for experiments on the Mun. No, actually, I'm gonna put that on the power pack. I'm gonna put that on the power pack. The rad power pack is gonna get that one. So I will go back to those two in a moment. So, geophysical survey of the Mun. Okay. Get a decoupler. And I do assume that I'm going to want this to be the smaller contract, coupling, sorry. Here's a good one. That might be a little bit too... Actually, it's not all that costly. Part of me want to use something like this, but honestly, the cool factor of using this kind of helps. Oh, that's a big adapter. How does it even look? What's it even used for? A good question. We have a multiple payload adapter. Target docking port. Could use that. Honestly, I kind of want to do like a caster size 1 decoupler here. I think that'll look cool. And I have a lot of fairing space. I don't care that much about what I use. That's a payload adapter. Does have a decoupler built in though. I might use this. Yeah, I'll use this. Or you? You're there? Way higher. Okay, so fairings would separate. Okay, so we'd ignite, we'd decouple. Fairings would separate before second stage ignition. I think. Yeah, fairings would separate in the coast phase then. I think I'm somewhat confident enough to move the fairings above second stage separation. I kind of want to do that. Actually, let me remove this. I think that's going to be standard procedure for the Robin 3A3. There we go. Now put this back on. Fairings will separate after second stage ignition, but presumably shortly after second stage ignition. So in terms of actual satellites, I might go for a CSB2. What is it? Let me type in OOG. Type in OOG, I wonder if it'll tell or give me kind of the science and probe core, because this will probably go on top. Okay, so I can do one of these probe cores. I do have some in inventory, which I can reuse. Yeah, I think I will use one of these probe cores. Oh god, it's lagging. I hate when I do this. That was a bad call. Garble, garble, garble. Thank you. Okay, so that only has a telemetry report. I'm like, I kind of want to do something a little bit more unique. So I need fuel tanks to strap onto this. What choices do I have? The dumplings are tested. Is the donut tested at all? It's barely. You tested barely. You guys are always good choices. From the near future propulsion. Engine wise, are you tested? Yes, you are. So that's 170. Let's sort by cost. Let's sort engines by cost. So the main engine I have been using in like the CCSB is the Spark. And that's 240. So anything above here is good. What is the lowest cost acceptable engine for this mission? I was actually taking a look. The aphid is probably too low thrust. 1 kilonewton. The ant is 2 kilonewtons. Belg is not bad. This is 5 kilonewtons of thrust, but it is barely tested. I could apply one in inventory. That has not been reliable as of late. I could also grab... that's not... This isn't tested either. That's probably not particularly well tested. What was the one I was looking at? That's a really big engine. 11 kilonewtons of thrust. That might be usable in something. I think this was the one I was looking at for 170. So that is well tested. But I think I will be going with Belg here. Because I do want to start using some of these other engines. How much ISP is that getting compared to a Spark? Only a little less. That's getting way less. That's getting less. Getting less. Getting about the same. How much are you? 0.0625 tons. You're 0.042 tons. Way less. That's way less. Um, that's okay, but you need multiple of them. Then Spark is, yeah, Spark's 320 and 240 and 20 kilonewtons of thrust. I think I will use Belg though here. You know, only a quarter of the thrust. I still feel like this will be enough to get the mission done. Fuel tank wise, I mean these things are cheap. Are you at all tested? Part is new, but it looks like it's not actually a safety issue to use that. So that is a usable part. Um, the other thought is that I'm sticking like one of these on the bottom. Maybe even this on the bottom. Although not with the stage not with the engine I'm planning on using. Let's fit the engine on. Let's put the probe on. Get fuel tanks on. Your future construction ones. These are kind of interesting actually. That's something where I could no, okay. Not something where I could stack them. Okay, this holds more fuel. Hmm. I do like, I don't know, this. Actually, here. Let me take that off. Let me take that off. Let me see if I can get a small in. That's an inline fuel tank. It does work. Are you tested? A little bit. That is a fuel tank I could potentially use. Oh, you're tested. I know you're tested. You're very well tested. Okay, so that kind of works. A little cursed, but it kind of works. I guess the annoying thing is, this decoupler. How it's set up. See about a different decoupler for this. That's too big. Oh, hold on. Let's go something more up here. Even that's like really not quite an appropriate size. But, you know, what if I, instead of doing that, first of all, I do a caster size 1. How does that look? That could be coupling on to the fuel tanks. There was another one. Another one I wanted to think about. What about, I don't know. Doesn't work. I don't think that's really a good choice. A good decoupler to eventually get, but I don't want to spend money on unlocking that right now. Or is it? It's this guy. I'm thinking I attach one of these guys here to the bottom of this. That would be about where that would get held on. Let's auto strut that. Okay, so now, I need to start sticking other stuff on here. So first of all, electrical, we need a battery. Do I want to do an inline battery? Or would I rather do side-mounted batteries? In terms of possible battery packs, so the mini battery pack from Umbra is very well tested at this point. This battery pack is very well tested at this point. This is not a particularly well tested battery. This is a well tested battery, only somewhat. I wouldn't describe that as acceptable, but I would describe that as usable in some applications. That battery pack is not particularly well tested, but I do technically have some of them like under construction. So like that's a good option, or we bolt these onto the side. God damn it. I hate the issues that the fairing seems to have. Or it just will suddenly kind of spawn there. Um, that gives me, what, 200 electric charge plus, oh god, 600 in the probe core. A lot of electric charge actually in that probe core. Rid of that, which is only 250. So batteries provide the probe core a nice backup. And I will have to apply a new rocket engine to that, but you know, wait until the rest of this is done. God, those are really big solar arrays. I need solar panel, that's not absolutely massive. And 2, and I cannot use a new part on it. Or I cannot use a already used part, so I've used that on something. Are these used? Vaguely. These ones, I think, are, yeah. Already very heavily in service. Um, those fold up really nicely against the spacecraft. Okay. You do have reaction wheels, but I'd like to have a backup. Not under utility, that's under command and control. Correct, yeah. I need one of these, and then I need these. Two backup reaction wheels will be fitted lower down on the spacecraft, behind where the solar panels are located. Check those extend even if it's facing that way. Yeah, you still have good solar observation in that direction. So hold on. Let's make sure that is right back onto its normal position. Okay, so for now I'll just stick that there. I might figure out a different location for that in the future. And what now? What do I need to stick on this? So I need the science experiments. So gravity scans. Actually, if I just type in OOG, what do I come up with? Because I think that'll have everything. So we need gravity scan, gravity scan, gravity scan. There was another one. I think we need charged particles data. Well, that's a payload adapter I am supposed to be using. And I'm supposed to be using those solar panels, but I've decided against it. High gain antenna. So that is the gravity scanner. Just double check if this deploys. Yeah, that deploys fine. Gravity scan, charged particle data, and a magnetometer scan. But would need one of these. And then one of the other ones. But if I go to science, there are other things I can grab. For example, that's a really easy way to do charged particle data. Then a magnetometer scan, I know we have options. I mean, I have this boom. Do I have other options? Probably somewhere. Yeah, log magnetometer data and charged particles. Actually, that would be a really good one to bring. Rather than, you know, the ion chamber. Let me just kind of make sure that this is correct. That's log charged particles, and then make sure that these are phrased the same way. Yeah, your log charged particles. I can do that. Get rid of that. And get rid of you. Question is, I can fit something on top. So we're gonna dual manifest now. Well, actually, technically, this is a triple manifest mission. Um, but yeah. Unless there's a way where I can, like, strap this to the side easily. But honestly, I think that experiment truss is just a good way of doing this. I'll put the star tracker over there to partially offset the weight that's going to be mounted on this side. Okay then. Coupling, get me some form of decoupler here. Doesn't even work. Love that to work. How about we put that on there and then do a little structural bit. See if I have any good structural options to just kind of stick on top. Is there anything which is small enough? Not only small enough, but also like flares enough. I don't know what I'm looking for here. Thought process, I could do this. Or just find a different decoupler. Admittedly, I don't want a decoupler that's going to cause, you know, extra space debris. I think I will use that as the decoupler. Then up here is the rad science mission. Which will need a return payload, which I'm trying to remember what I called that. Okay, that's not a moonside return capsule. This will be an SRC, probably an SRC-4. Alright, this needs an antenna. I'll do an SRC-8, just to be extra sure. And I'm putting the antenna on the side there. just kind of the standard option. Okay, this is kind of spindly. Any way I can do like a payload adapter? Not like a fairing adapter thing, but something a little bit better like this, like, you know, dual payload adapter. Let me see. Let's temporarily remove you. Okay, so that could go over. I like that idea. It is just not big enough. An adapter. Do we have any other dual payload adapters here? Before I commit to this. Man, you have to put a tiny payload in that. Any other ones? That's actually an interesting part. Docking port for stations. Active color. Crew module. I'm not seeing another dual payload adapter other than this one. Yeah, that needs more room. How does that even work? Attach the first payload to the base and then attach this adapter to the floating node. Okay, so first payload to the base, and that to the floating node on top. And I imagine that would actually create space debris, so that's probably a bad idea. Which means that's what we're doing. Okay. Okay. So first things first, I'm probably gonna want to upgrade your solar panels. These any good? No. Not tested currently. Are these any good? Not tested currently. No, these are tested. So this would, for certain, work. I want to remove that. Don't want this to be a relay. Um, okay, so now we have another Cosmocat report. So what am I needing to fit on this? So I need a Cosmocat. Now I'll stick it there. I will see if there's a better spot for it. Probably isn't. don't need that. That will be done by the other missions. Radiometer scan on the Mun. So, oh god. Where are the options for this? There are 4 possibilities, so I could see one of these being necessary. It does say scan, but that's not a radiometer scan, that's an irradiance scan. Um, there were more. So that is a radiometer taken for red measurements. So we might need that. Was another one somewhere. Probably this. Could be that too. Red radiometry measurements. Could be that. Problem is there's just a lot of experiments which have the same name. So it's one of these experiments. The good news is that the launch cost currently is enough that any one of these contracts I think could complete it. Which is good because it's fulfilling more than just that. So then I'm going to take that, copy that up there, get rid of you, stick you on top. There's the return capsule. Um, Step down. Yeah, I'm gonna shrink the depth down, see if I can just keep that out of the site of return. I am gonna have full ablator. These are tested. I might want to swap out that ant at some point for the Belg, or the Belg once the Belg gets a little bit more tested. Actually, I'll probably start test. Yeah, I'm probably gonna create a test program to just constantly fire Belgs, cause I could see those being really good engines and kind of fixing a lot of my probe issues. Okay, so that is all the possible experiments that this could need. Stick that one there. Actually, how about... Problem is, it's kind of looking at that, and I don't really want it to. So, actually, how about we do... So you go... Actually, hold on, I'm on the wrong side. I'll mount that on the star tracker. I'll mount you on this side. I'm actually going to move the antenna back to this side, I think. And then just mount all the science experiments on this side. is a very modified CCSB. And the reason I'm doing this is it technically makes this off-centered, but it's going to help compensate for the mass I'm going to stick on this side. That's at least the idea. Okay then. So now that that is all set up, it's now time for the third. Well, okay, let's make sure that you're auto strutted. It's now time for the third payload to be co-manifested here. I'm going to need a sideways or lateral decoupler. Oh god, that, wow, it's massive. That's probably good, actually. Yep, okay, that works. Actually, can I... Yeah, okay, you guys are auto-strutted. And what even is this payload? This would crumple. This would just crumple. I really hope that whoever made this extra strong and that it's not gonna crumple. Because there's gonna be a lot of weight going through this. Let you know this on top. Oh wait, hold on, that needs the other one too, right? Charge particle data. Unless one of these has it. Would be... where? Where's the experiment truss? Does the experiment truss have it? Or truss have it? Log charged particles. Okay, let me type in the word charged. Let's see, how much is this cost? This is so far costing 30,000. And to complete the number of contracts it is going to complete, that's going to be worth it. Okay. Typed in charge, so that's log charged particles, so it's the same. I want to see if any of these are phrased differently. It's just large charged particles. Be a fun probe core to have, but no, not right now. That costs money. Yeah, I think we're good. I think that'll do it. I don't know when I accepted that contract since it's not on my list, but yeah, it is apparently there. As I didn't think I might have accepted one and then accepted the rest of them. But yeah, that's easy. Rest of those are again, I don't know which radiometer scan they're talking about, but I've just kind of strapped all of them. So that probably won't cause any issues. Although it is probably a smart idea, because there is just so much on this, to strap an extra battery on. To just get, more electric charge. That works. Actually, you know what? Screw it, I'll put it on the other side. I'll be nice and balance it out just a little bit. Okay, it's time. So, electrical, I need... Actually, first of all, utility. I need a claw. Is that under utility, or is that under coupling? Might be under coupling, thinking about it now. Yep, there we go. I need that. Okay. So, I need to consider how this is gonna work. I think that can be strapped in successfully, although the question is gonna be how. Um, it can fit, barely. Um, but there's still other stuff I need to do, so this obviously needs a fuel tank below it. Which fuel tank do I pick? Or do I just use monoprop tanks? Because this is gonna need to go and rendezvous with the other thing. So that monoprop tank is not well enough tested. Although we do have 2 in inventory. With 1 previous use each. We have this monoprop tank. Completely untested. Well, actually, these these multi-purpose tanks can be, converted. So I could base it around this. That's actually really cheap for, how big it is. But, nah, not as good as some of the other fuel tanks. You're not sufficiently tested. You don't have an issue. And would fit. Okay, so these amethyst radial fuel tanks are tested adequately if I want to use them. I might. I'm strongly considering using them. I mean, that's enough to get these things, pretty much home. though. That bad. I mean, the other thought is I do consider that. But, remember, the goal is just get this to the other spacecraft. Okay, so pod-wise, I need something small that's been tested. And which I can strap to the side. Apparently that I can, but not great. I can't do that. Can't do that. Too big. Way too big. Yeah, that's just gonna stick out. Hold on. Curious, is this... Yeah, that's bigger than the probe core. Probe-Dope-9 Octo, Probe-Dope-9 Hex. Yeah, these are just not strapping to the side of this. Which does create an additional problem. Whatever fuel tank I select probably needs to be something I can put in line. Okay. Yeah, that's not adequately tested and too big. That is adequately tested. Ooh, if I stick it like right there, it works. Okay, cool. That barely fits. Pod-wise, probably something on the cheaper end and a little smaller. I have an engine. I don't think so. Yeah, no, that's not an engine, I don't think. Okay, so add the claw to the top of that. Still just barely fitting in. I might literally just move that a little bit more into the, into the rocket. Actually, I might move this up. I'll keep it down, lower. Okay, it is electrical time. Battery am I gonna want to jam on? Probably these things. Like an extra 400 electrical charge. Yeah. Okay. So engine-wise, I mean, I have two of these guys, I believe, right? Yeah, I have two in inventory, so I'm gonna grab the second one and stick it on here. Grab the second Belg. But I really need to consider where monoprop is going to go. First of all, I think I'm gonna extend fuel capacity by using these. There we go. Fuel capacity extended. But this needs monoprop tank somewhere mounted on it. And I think that's gonna have to come from these or something. So that fits. Don't think I can get any more in. Oh, that clips through. I also need a place for solar panels, which is going to be another kind of big issue. What this? I'll work on that in a moment. Well, let's move you up a bit. You go there. Move you down to about there. Alternatively down here. Then yeah, stick those in like that. That allows me to put these kind of lower mounts. So those don't clip out right now, but they do have an issue of clipping into, you know, this. Hold on. Let's try this again. So these guys on a propellant. So stick that about there. That kind of works. Okay, and then you can clip, or you can move down about that far. Then I can have a couple solar, or you know, a couple solar panels on the sides. It would be nice to get bigger solar panels on here if possible. The extra safe. Does that fit? That fits somehow. I don't know how this fits, but it fits. Actually, I'm gonna do this. Keep them a little further away. Okay. Oh, hello! Welcome, Raiders! Uh, wow! Did not expect that. Hello! Hello, oh god. Tyrannosaurus hacks. And, yeah, welcome to the live stream. I need to remember how to do Twitch. Well, not how to do, but, I need to get back into Twitch rating. At some point, this is gonna force me to do one, isn't it? Yeah, currently designing a, triple stacked mission. Triple stacked, Mun mission here. Oh yeah, and I need an experiment to put on this. It is, which one? Leftover data, so that would be photometry data. Oh, dear lord, this design has taken a while, because it's like, oh yeah, no, I gotta have this mission, I gotta have this mission with this return capsule, and I gotta stick this recovery capsule on the side. Well, not recovery, mission salvage thing on the side to salvage an earlier mission that is now is now kind of dead. So, photometry data wise, what the hell do I need for that? Um, I just type in photo. Stress streaming is not rocket science. Yeah, I'm I'm only really recently getting back into it. Come on. Not quite land a plane. Any landing you can walk away from is a good one. With a homemade autopilot. Any landing that the homemade autopilot can get you to walk away from is a good one. Sorry. Um, I hope, kind of hope it went well. That sounds like it didn't. Okay, ultraviolet. Let's see, that's ultraviolet photometry measurements. That's photopolarimetry. So that might work. No attempts were made UV photometry. Those are saying that they're roughly the same experiment despite having different names. That confuses me. The good news is that I actually do have one of these mounted up here. So I could potentially grab it from that. But that's ultraviolet. Oh, that's regular photometry measurements. I think it's going to be on that. Just get a control system to line a plane up with a runway. Yeah, not really. Not really. That would be really difficult. Try to land 70 meters above runway. Okay, that one I wouldn't have seen coming. I I can see the lining up being an issue. I would not have expected that to be an issue, but that does not completely surprise me. Okay. Runway is. And then it tries to land 70 meters above the runway instead. Might be reading that above land level. I don't know. Okay. I think this is done, other than, the complete mess that is staging right now. Oh, wait, no, this isn't done, because this has an issue. It currently has no ability to communicate with anything. That is a concern. Now it is not a concern. Although, I probably want to extend the antenna before I decouple it, so I'm gonna put the antenna on that side, assuming that does not clip into the fairing. Those parts modded? Yes, this is a very modded campaign, as you can tell by the description. Purple modded career. If you want the mod list, just ask. I have it. I do have it on a separate sheet, so I can always post that in chat at any time. Actually, I should probably do that right now. Make sure I have that correctly. I don't have you don't have the DLCs. You don't know what's all stock. Yeah, that's fair. I do have all the DLC. I actually got. I was actually in early enough to get all the or that. I was in early enough that I didn't even have to pay for any of the DLC, because if you bought Kerbal early, um, they basically at one point made a promise that they wouldn't do DLC, and then they decided to do DLC. So to fulfill the thing of, oh, we're not gonna do DLC, they just made the DLC for free for anyone who had bought the game back when they had made that promise. Um, which I can respect. Okay, now I think this is done. That this is like what, filling many, 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 many contracts. I need to actually name all of these satellites. Oh, wait, no, it's not quite done yet. I need flags. So you are being done. This is being done for the field research team. And also tell this is laggy, and that is because I have so many mods installed, and The game is not happy. The game is not happy with any of this. It really, really is not happy. I am completely missing what I am looking for. Whatever reason. Not there. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Goddamn it, what am I looking for? I am completely sucking at this right now. Should not be this blind. Kind of like it has multiple, flasks on it. Whichever one has multiple flasks. Not you. These guys. Yes, this is a field. That's a field research mission right there. Scale it up a little bit. So now this here, and where did I put the flag? Put it there. This is to attempt to salvage a mission from these guys. And the final flag that is needed is on this. This is a science mission to the Blue Dog Design Bureau. Although I might wind up doing one of flags up here. I'll do the BDB worm. There we go. I believe that is the 3 missions decided on. Alright, hold on. Gotta advertise them on the side of the rocket, too. Actually, I feel like those didn't quite align well enough. There. Up there. Down. They are one-sided, which is what I want. Down. Okay. I'm gonna say that the main mission is for Blue Dog. So they will get their logo plastered on right there. The second mission, or the other 2 missions, are for them. And for them. Okay, so I need names for these 3 satellites. Okay, so this is a... what is it? Geophysical survey satellite. What have I named those in the past? I have like a whole spreadsheet of everything, because this campaign is definitely difficult. So was that like like one of the original G subs? Yeah. Most would have had that. Maybe some of the Munsat, like Munsat 5, Munsat 6 might have stuff like that. Some of the various Munsats. So, okay, what am I on right now? I think this'll be a Munsat. This'll be classified as a Munsat. I think this will be what? Geophysical survey. Geophysical Mun. Oh, Mugs. Yeah, that's what Mugs is. So Mugs 1. I think that's what Mugs is, right? BD Mugs 1. Moon Geophysical Survey. So this is Mugs 2. BD Mugs 2. Here. So I'm on, let's see. What's the previous Munsat? The Rad Munsat 9. I think it might be Munsat 9. Previous one. Yep. So we can call this. This is for field research, right? Check. Yeah, field research team. Oh god, it's gonna be the FRT. Poor thing. Poor thing got named badly. FRT Munsat 10. And then, what the hell do I name this thing? So this is intended to salvage, I believe, Mupos 4. Um, or at least allow Mupos 4 to complete its mission. Well, it'll be the Rad. What do I call it? The Power and Control Pack? Um, Hold on. Let's do Power and Control Restore. Packar. I'll call it the Packar 1. So Power and Control Restore will be the name for this. It's possible that there will have to be like a Packer 2 and stuff in the future. And I believe that is everything done. The only thing I really need to do now is to use stuff I have in inventory. So have that in inventory. Just reset that up. So now you have a safety rating of 9. I have one of you in inventory, and I have one of you in inventory. Otherwise, the rest of this is pretty well tested. Okay, I will save, but not quite yet build, because I notice there's an issue here. And that is, I have multiple decouplers and engine ignitions that I now have to move around. You know, check your staging. And I think I am going to base this on this stage. Okay, so this engine should not be down there. Nothing should be staging down here. Go for booster ignition. Just check. You, and you. That is correct. So this engine should not be starting here. I do want that separation there, but that separation should occur not there. Okay. So that's that engine start. Then what are these? We have fairing deployment and apparently parachutes. Okay, so after this now, this needs to decouple. Wait, no. There we go. Next engine start would ideally... Actually, no. This shouldn't decouple next. Ultimately, the decoupling sequence should be... which one? This piece next. So you would decouple first. Hold on. Yeah. So this would decouple first. This would go on its own way. Then what? I don't think I actually want you to decouple second. Yeah, because the second staging event I think is going to be this. So we decouple that, then we decouple this, and that's when we ignite that engine. And I'm also going to put that engine ignition and this, and I'm going to put all these three engine ignitions on this stage so that there's kind of multiple stages I have to get through to get to them. Okay then, so now I have the extra decoupling sequence of the return capsule. So you go up, top. Thank you. Parachute's up there. Yep, that should decouple. That should decouple, then that engine should ignite. Okay, I think everything is now in order. Staging's now been checked. I can save. It will take 8 days to construct this. Hooray! I got a rocket done! Just do it all with right click. So there's an issue with my mouse. And that is that when I hold down either right click or left click, it will often cut out. Unless I'm like holding it down on one of the two specific sides. My mouse is starting to give out, basically. But if I'm holding down right click, it will at some point start to give a little bit. And yeah, it's really annoying in some games, fine in others. Hooray, I got one of the 3 missions I need to design done. Well, I mean, I guess technically this is like 3 missions bundled in one. So, the second mission I have to design, which I think I am going to put in this same, in another Robin 3A3. One thing I should check is how well tested is this engine? Yeah, it's fine. I'm okay with running a 9. Yeah, hopefully that launch will be today. Although I'd also have to check, because is the Minmus departure gonna have to happen? So let me load up another Robin 3A3. And this will thankfully be a relatively simple mission. I have to land 2 probes on the Mun. So, in short, I need like 2 Munna landers. But I think that's going to be relatively easy, and I only need like 2 of an identical design. And look at how cheap this rocket is. Pretty darn cheap rocket for what it can do. Let me go to coupling. We need a lower end decoupler and an upper end decoupler. Lower end, I want it to be the same one I was using last time, one of these. I legitimately think that what I'm gonna try to do is I'm just gonna try to use my standard, where is it? Is it? Oh, hold on. I need to sort by name, not cost. I could use a CCSBEF. I could just put 2 of these on, because these things have an, kind of absurd amount of delta V, and it's only a MUN landing. It's not that difficult. I say. But I think I'm just going to use a CCS, probably a modified CCSB2. Although I do want to put like a solar panel on top. Actually, what if? Hold on, I have an idea. I'm cooking. Not well, but I'm cooking. This would be under structural. Need a splitter. I think I just put these side by side each other. Need a stack splitter. Like this. Although, that is a problem, isn't it? Do I have a larger stack splitter anywhere? I have this. It's not any larger. That's bigger, but too big. Okay. I mean, the other thought is that like, do that. Yeah. Okay. So why I'm thinking about doing this is I am thinking about strapping an additional solar panel, just like probably not that. One of these to the top. And these are very well tested solar panels, so I don't have any concerns with doing that. That gives me just a little bit of extra solar power on this. Science-wise, these only really need a Geiger counter, which I will stick on in a moment. I'm thinking I might have a kick stage. Yeah, I'll probably have some form of do I need a form of kick stage? I really think I'm going to need a form of kick stage. So I'm looking at how much fuel this thing has. It's going to have like what? I think 7,000 meters per second delta V. Move this up. This engine up. Like 6,000 meters, maybe 5,000-ish meters per second of delta V. Hold on, let me look up delta V map Kerbal. How much do I need? I'm running slightly less efficient for getting to orbit. So they're saying about 3,400 to get to orbit. I think I'm running about 3,600. I also have Ferrum installed, but to get to the Mun, you're landing on the Mun is about 5,000. Um, and I'm apparently having 6,000 here, not counting what's in these tanks. So landing itself is only like 580. Yeah, this should do it. Where is ground? Well, do these have safety ratings? They do. My landing gear has safety ratings. That is actually moderately concerning. But there is a way around that. This is not with utility, it's with robotics. Hello there, alligator hinges. Did I just stick, like, hydraulic piston? No. Okay, so angle limit. Honestly, this is, like, massive. Might actually be too massive. Could put these hinges on. I don't know. I kind of want to use the alligator hinges. So let me try these at maybe this angle. I'll probably remove these solar panels. Okay, so I'll stick them in right about there. Rotate them about there. I'm also going to remove that. I'm going to move the antenna to the other side. Those down below. Okay, so if I set the target angle like 130, this will be fine. If I set the target angle to 0, they're nice and compact. So that's something where I can just, like, manually extend those and they'll be fine. So electrical wise, I actually probably want larger, larger solar panels. It would be nice to have ones that can deploy and retract on their own. How good are these batteries? Oh, this battery's fine. I actually consider sticking this on there. An extra 100 electrical charge. So I have 250 in there, and then like another little bit more, I think. I have a battery down here. Yeah, so I have 350 right now. So this would be like 450 in total if I added that on. But I don't really see a good spot for it because of the solar panels I'm going to add on. I think I just want these. And then that keeps the solar panels relatively elevated. Actually, if I wanted a place for the batteries, I could try to stick them down low here. But I do have to remember that these solar panels could rotate past them, and I don't want that to happen. So the only thing these need is a Geiger counter, which is somewhere. I know I saw it earlier, so obviously I'll be able to find it if I look hard enough. Actually, I think I gotta get like 4 missions building now, or even 5. This is the second of those. Gravitometer, cosmic. Where's a good Geiger counter? Where is a good Geiger counter? I swear I saw one somewhere. Variable. Thank you. Move that over there. Ray, charge particles, photon, telemetry. Oh. Hello there, Geiger counter. That's log radiation in the Geiger counter. It's not the exact experiment it says it is, but I think that is it. Um, I know Squad also has a Geiger counter on their own. I just want to check that the experiment is the same before, committing to this. Fortunately, I have so many mods, I have no idea where it is. That's a gravitometer. Is it? No, you have one here somewhere, Squad. I know you do. I have no idea where, if I even have it unlocked. I don't know if I'm being blind or not. I might be having a moment. I may be having a moment. I think I'm having a moment. Yeah, a complete blind moment. Nuclear package. Yeah, no, it's not those. Oh, come on. So we did put that on there. Press map barometer. I'm not seeing anything that looks like it. So I think that we have a. I think that is the Geiger counter, the one I put on there. Could be one of these two. I think this is the Geiger counter. So that's what I'm trying to land on the Mun. Just to make sure this fits, right? Doesn't quite. Okay, so I can move it back one there. Copy it there. Move it out one that way. Put that on this side this time. Oh, there is an issue. Hmm. Let's try swapping these around. Actually, hold on. Well, actually, first of all, let me move this back down in. No, no, not like that. I apparently need to move the engines. We revert the couple of changes. We need to grab the engine and move it down. That's about the point where it's actually on the decoupler. So that's the point I'll accept. Okay, so this is still slightly clipping into itself. And if I start moving you that way, that's about the furthest that can go. That's pretty much right up against the edge of the fairings. What I might try to do is I might try to move these a little more inward. So that is just going to compress everything even more. Okay, and then take this. Actually, here's what. I'll take this guy and put him on the other side. Okay, I think that is 2 landers done. So this will be field research team, um, all the MGL. Yeah. Actually, what? Hold on. These are... Maybe not. Hold on. What are these? Geiger tube. So, okay, so I'll call these the moon... Yeah, the Mun. Um... Geiger counter lander. MGCL. 1 and 2. Yeah. How about I do this? Okay, auto strut. Auto strut. That should work. I don't think I need a kick stage at all. This thing has... Yeah, this thing has 4,700... Oh, it probably has a little less than that. Um... Hmm. Is that enough? Is that enough that I feel confident for either of these things landing on the Mun? Or do I want, like, an extra just kick stage up here? Because I have the room for it. I think I'll go for the extra kick stage, thinking about it more. I think that is a smart idea. I probably don't need much. Need to find a tank, which I do have reasonable research in. Is preferably the same size as this. I don't know what I have in that size. It's smaller than these. Okay, so that's about that size, but that's not a good well-tested tank. I assume this is not well-tested. Barely. Is this remotely well-tested? No. Oh god, do I have any... Yeah, these are small. So the Chara is smaller. You're not tested. Fuel tank adapter. Untested. This might be. Never mind. Barely. I have two in inventory, so I can reuse one. Okay, so I'm going to put that on again, but I'm gonna redo this again. Is basically what I'm saying. Okay, so I am going with the kick stage. Engine-wise, I need probably... Oh, where is it? Actually gonna be pretty low on the cost list, thinking about it now. It's gonna be somewhere in here. This. Yeah. Use an ARM3 orbital attachment device, and then I need a decoupler for it. Although technically, where it's mounted right now could work, as I just ignite it, destroy this, and go free. But I think I will get a dedicated decoupler, and that will probably be a caster size. No, that's too big. Let's downscale that to a caster size 1. And now this thing has a kick stage attached. So it'll be sure to get into the desired Mun orbit before I start decoupling these. Okay, so let's make sure. So this decoupler should be a stage up. Then this engine should fire. And that will give me more delta V. So if I make that the stage, that only has 373 meters per second in a vacuum. Does it actually decrease the amount of delta V I have? No way. Yeah, so we're at 4415. And if I just do this instead, 4714. That is actually a decrease in delta V. Adding a kick stage decreased the amount of delta V. The thing is, looking at the delta V map, which I need to find again. Yeah, to the moon, it's 5120 down to the lunar surface, and about 580 to land. What this would imply is that these are probably going to have to do a decent portion of the deorbit and landing burn. I want to basically get them into a low orbit and then do the burn. Yeah, with 4714, and I'm probably removing about 200-ish, 300 meters per second of delta V. That's about 400. I need the kick stage. Um, I do. I need to get more fuel on the kick stage, I think. Yeah, so it's saying, yeah, 460 changed. Why did that change? Okay, okay, that extends past the fairing, but that would do it. So you can get an idea of what my intentions are here. Only that did not extend past the fairing. Great. Here's a thought. Oh, that doesn't fit. I think that would give me enough delta V to be fairly confident of the result, though. But if I move this down, it's just, it still doesn't fit. Oh god, that moved the whole fairing down by accident. That was not what I was intending on doing at all. Okay. How about I remove this, remove that, stick you on there instead. I'll partially clip that through. Maybe about there. Then stick you on top. Then put it back there. Okay, so that has increased the amount of delta V, or delta V we have. And then how about I do something like this, so these tanks are not technically clipped inside. Cannot fit them. Darn it. Where do I get a little bit more tankage from? So I know those were also a possibility, but they also have that same issue. These aren't well tested enough. Could do another. Okay, so my question is, how high up is this going now? That's too high up. And even if I bring these down, it's probably still too high up. I could try to rotate them to, but that's gonna be too high. How about I use this? Rotated to about that angle. Put that on top. Move that down to where it kind of visually looks good. Move these down to where they visually look good. And those are just clipping through. And then move this down a bit. Now we're okay. Now we're okay. Delta V wise, let me check. So we're losing some delta V from the rest of this, but we are gaining up here. So we got 4.8, or we got about 4,900 now. Am I content with that? Honestly, these tiny things pack in a good amount of delta V for how small they are. Like a surprising amount of fuel for how tiny they are. And they are very well tested because of that. That is massively increasing the part count, though. I think this is acceptable. So that does have the kick stage in it. Just to check. Yep. Okay, cool. And then I don't think I actually have anything I need to replace with that. So save it, launch it. 2 missions are now designed. So now I have a 3rd mission, which will be a surveillance satellite around Minmus. Now, I do not think that a Robin is a good choice for this. Instead, I think that a Swallow 1A is a better choice. I'm gonna have to go in and edit that previous one. Hold on. No. We can do that. Yeah, okay, let's quickly do that, because I forgot to put the... I think I forgot to put the flag on it, or the flags on it, so I will go in, edit that real quickly. Once that is edited, this needs to launch a Swallow needs to launch a spy sat around Minmus. That will be the inaugural flight of Swallow as well. And actually, technically, those other ones are the inaugural flights of Robin 3A3, although Robin 3A2 and Robin 3A4 have each flown. And after that, I need to start planning an absolutely insane mission to try to put a probe into the sun's corona. Um, which one do I accept? So I accidentally turn this back on. Focus follows click, which means that you have to click on a window for that window to focus. I think focus follows mouse. Accept. Okay. VAB. Edit. Because I did screw something up here. Very slightly. It's just flags. We'll also have to remember to pass over the Northeast Basin and grab science from it on this mission before landing. Although that shouldn't be particularly difficult to do, especially given that the path for landing would kind of align over that basin. How cheap is this again? Is it like 12,000 a launch, and I think I'm getting like 25,000 for each of the landings? Yeah, okay, that'll make money. That'll make profit. I need profit right now. I need to get the next tier of R&D. Yeah, this was the issue. So this needs to be field research. Then take this, put it on this side. Scale it down. down, and then... That'll work. Oh wait, no, hold on, that's in the tank itself. So, let me take this and put it on this side then. See about there it does. It's gonna get... I would get blocked by the solar panel, but, like, I don't care that much. That works. Save edits. There we go. Now I can get, now I can get the next couple missions planned. Actually, I think that the, I'm pretty certain that the Min-Miss mission, not the Min-Miss mission, the Corona mission is probably going to be 2 launches. The more I think about it, or possibly even 3. Which, given how much time I've spent designing spacecraft here, 2.5 hours, is a little concerning. It's a little concerning, especially that I have another one to design before having to do that. Probably means I won't be getting to the launches pod for a while. Really want to, but... Actually, if I'm looking at the VAB, I don't even think I have time to do another launch before having to move to one of my in-flight vehicles, because the Kerbin Eve transfer window's coming up. Oh yeah, Rad Mupos 4's next thing is in 10 days. Coral 1, 24 days. Oh yeah, Coral 1 is a satellite. No, is it? That's Coral 1. When did I launch that? I'm checking. Oh yeah, Coral 1 is the space station. Okay. So that's the space station. That's, you know, checking up on Mupos 4 to see if I can restore power. When the sun is better aligned. And the plane test is just a basic test I'm gonna do. And then Kerschel's coming up. Kerbin Eve transfer window is when something's gonna, you know, something already in orbit's gonna start moving. But I think right now, gotta get the Min-Miss mission design, and I do think I want to work on the Sun's Corona mission, because I need to get that mission done sooner. Get that contract done, because it is a lot of money. I mean, that thing would afford me the additional, research lab just outright. The problem is, you know, given that it needs to get to the Sun's Corona and then get back, it would take a while. And I actually have some ideas on that. And for that, if I instead go to a display capture, I have paint. I have paint brought up. If you can imagine, Kerbal is here. Alright, no. Kerbal is there. Actually, you know what? No, I am just gonna leave this brought up. Screw it. This is an MS Paint live stream now. We got Kerbal there. Kerbin's orbit is here. And I will add a little Kerbin right there. So, I need to draw a little space probe. Let me draw a little space probe in here. So, we'll have our little space probe. Give me a bigger brush. You know, that. Box on the end. There you go. So we'll have a little space probe. And, you know, starting out in Kerbin orbit. So, one potential thought in terms of the possibilities for this mission, oh man, I kind of really off-centered that, is normally what you do is you just kind of do something like this. So you just decrease the orbit, and you'd go low. I think this takes about 8 kilometers per second to delta V. And problem is, when it sweeps back around, Kerbin's not going to be in this position. So, ultimately, you are relying on Kerbin going all the way around before it winds up back, where it is. So this is probably something where you're doing 2 cycles. This is literally taking a year to get the contract done with this approach. The next interesting approach is where you would first do a burn, get yourself out further, let's say there, and then you circle in, like such. And this approach is interesting because it actually saves you a bit of delta V if you do it correctly. However, as you can see, Kerbin now needs to be here. And Kerbin is, probably going to be up here or something when the spacecraft gets over here. So this mission takes, a year and a quarter. Roughly. And actually, it's more likely that it would take a year and a half because the most efficient way to burn would be more out here. That didn't visualize it well. That visualizes it better. The point somewhere up there. However, I think I have an absolutely insane mission idea. So, the goal is obviously to intercept Kerbin at some point on its orbit before, a year is out. What if we send it on a trajectory like this? Or I guess, something big elliptical. But you get the point. What if we launch it retrograde around the sun, around Kerbal, so it catches back up to Kerbin? And then we can detach the little probe right here and send that into Kerbin. This would probably get the mission done, like, in under half a year. The problem is the delta V requirements. So, when I am thinking about designing this space probe mission, which I will do, probably... Oh, actually, that might... You know what? Given that I'm talking about it, why don't I design this now and then do the next one later? Or the next one after that? Because I'm part of my incentivation, or part of why I want to play Kerbal today is to get this mission at the very least building and hopefully launch, but probably building given the amount of time I have, unless I'm like gonna be up for a long time and get kind of crazy. But yeah, my thought is that we're gonna need to pack as much delta V into this as possible. So I'm gonna put this on my biggest rocket. That's my thought. So we'll have the space probe here. And so we'll say this is the space probe. These lines are radiators. I'm actually thinking about having like extra heat shield sections, so extend out heat shield sections that have more radiators on them. I will probably have like fuel tanks kind of going down the sides here, or at the very least, if I have like a central fuel tank like this, a recovery capsule, which you've already seen me put on something else, which is like this would be in the rear, and then it's gonna have its own kick stage because the delta V requirements are absurd. But in addition to that, this whole setup's gonna need its own kick stage. In terms of the models I have, this will probably be a Poise E, Poise Extended, and then, you know, this is gonna be attached to the second stage of the biggest rocket I have, Firecrest. This will probably be Firecrest's inaugural mission. But I'm actually currently thinking about sticking a docking port on the front of this, and then sending a second flight up, and unfortunately this isn't going to be entirely visible, that docks an additional fuel tank to it. So this will push all of this, and then this basically has two, you know, probably two Poises strapped to both sides, or a Poise here and a Poise here. You know, hold on, why did I name it that? Important information. That would be the planetary orbital insertion stage. So a planetary orbital insertion stage here, and then a planetary orbital insertion stage extended up here. So it would probably be, you know, fire this, and actually, you know, the second stage of the rocket that delivers this, if it's still attached, would transfer its fuel into here. So this would start the burn, it would decouple, this would then do a portion of the burn, it would then decouple, then it would swap to this, which would decouple, and then hopefully this has enough fuel, or, you know, these all have enough fuel to do everything themselves. There may even be a possibility of an additional kick stage back here. Like, I'm considering that. Actually, an interesting thought. Oh god, I'm cooking again. What if, you know, I do have a kick stage, what if, you know, I get rid of these fuel tanks and move them back here? Because this isn't going to need, like, much, if any, fuel once it's detached, because this mission will be completed. It's only this needing fuel. If I have them back here, then I can use that extra fuel without having the heat shields, radiators, solar panels, and, I'm actually going to power this with RTGs attached. I won't need to have any of those attached. Yeah, that's a way to make it work. Anyway, feel like I went moderately insane there. Let's load up a Firecrest. Oh, Lord, I'm gonna start building one of these things. You know that a live stream gets good when MS Paint comes out. That's when somebody's thinking. When MS Paint comes out, somebody's cooking something. Here is a Firecrest 1A. Let me remove most of the flags. I'm going to reload Firecrest 1A, because I want to change when the fairings deploy. Actually, no, I like when the fairings deploy. Never mind. That's a good fairing deployment portion. Yeah, force percent on that is 100%. I am accepting of that. We'll get rid of that. Let me actually select the flag. I believe if I just check this, I do actually know that this is on the ongoing contract sheet. So this would be for Kara. I'm correct. Yep. So Kara has the world's first. These guys. And I'm probably going to scale that up. Okay. This is the biggest rocket I've ever designed, and this will be its inaugural flight. Do note. Let's just make sure that these are auto-strutted appropriately. Everything on here is appropriately auto-strutted. Yep. Probably auto-strut that too. Okay then. I think that's ready. Okay, so do note, we're sticking up. That's about the size of a Poise. And that would be the size of a Poise. Hmm. Like, I need to get just as much fuel as possible into this thing. The fact that I'm considering, like, 3 separate kick stages plus refueling the second stage is, telling. Um, I'll decide on... Hold on. So I'll decide on which one of these two to use slightly later. But I think right now the thing, there are multiple things I have to design. So first of all, I need as far as I'm aware, the largest, or it's been recommended I get the largest heat shield, or largest non-inflatable heat shield I can. So, like, this is not a great idea, apparently. Which is, I would love that. That fits. I think the 2.5 meter Leo heat shield fits. This would also fit. So we got a Leo M and a MRK2B. They cost the same. How much a blader do each of you have? It's the same. What's the weight? It's the same. Those are basically the same heat shield. That's heavier with less ablator. That is probably the biggest one I can get, but that's not one I can fit. Oh, hold on. That also fits too. It's basically the same. I'm not really seeing another great choice. We got the bucket heat shield. Hold on, that's also the same, but way less ablator. Actually, what's maximum temperature? That's 330, that's 330. Not 330. Okay. Decision has been made. This is the superior heat shield. Unless, like, this would be better. I don't think that's any better. Yep. Alright. Thermal control system. We have these. Thankfully, they won't have any issues with anything. So remember that that's going to be at the top. Everything is going to be put behind this heat shield. Or, alternatively, I may wind up having more heat shields. Let's say, I put another one of these on the side. Although, if I put it there, that's going to clip through. So I don't think I would do that. I think I'd have to get a smaller one. So probably 1.875 or turtle, or, even... I mean, I could do this. And then these extra 2 side heat shields would fold out and give me just a little bit more room to put stuff. Or to hide stuff. I think specifically it would allow for possibly radiators to kind of be put on this. Okay, start with a probe core. Actually, what's a light probe core? Let's sort by mass. So up here is tiny stuff, and then down there is, heavy stuff. So, what's a tiny probe core that's well tested? This is well tested, actually. You at all well tested? You have no testing. That's a possibility. That has no testing. This at all tested? Not particularly. You have a couple of those. So these are technically options, but I think I'll go with a Bell. A Bell TRU telemetry unit. And there's the heat shield on it. Yeah, no jettison needed. Yeah, I think I will keep the heat. No, I want to make sure that it looks like the heat shield is somewhat attached. So we can do this. Yeah, that works perfectly. But I think I'll attach the radiators directly to the heat shield itself and then make it look like they aren't. Just so they have, you know, the most control. Okay. So we got that. It now needs power. So battery pack wise, actually let me move this up here. Yeah, battery pack wise, I need something. This will have solar panels, but they need to be retractable, I'm thinking. Yeah, I'll sort by name again, rather than by mass. This. So is that the same size? No, that's bigger. This the same size? No, that's smaller. Have like an intermediate size. You know, no. Let me revert a couple times, just add that back in. So that it doesn't delete the fairing. Okay. It doesn't make sure that, you know, if I've done a slight shift on the fairing, that, you know, changes it weirdly. That's kind of what I'm trying to avoid. Okay, so battery-wise, I don't have a great choice in the matter. I think instead what I do is I stick a fuel tank on. Something I know I've tested. These tested? Yeah, that's tested. Although actually, it might be good to get a, what about a Chara? One of the Charas is tested. This one? So this... Yeah. Okay, I'm thinking about this. So the thing is, this fuel tank right here has been well tested on Starling 1, or like Starling 1 variants, which are now retired, but this would be a fairly easy fuel tank to have. The problem is it's massive, and I do want to put the recovery thing back there. So, yeah, no, I don't think that's the right call. I think the fuel tank is the right call, but I don't think it's the right call right here yet. Um, Engine-wise, I'd probably prioritize having Delta V a little bit more over other stuff. Decide on the engine on this in a bit. I think sub-assembly wise, how about I grab a I need an SRC8. So I think that's being an interim here. Maybe I don't use the Chara then. Okay, what other fuel tanks do I have? What's Chickadee using? I don't remember. Hmm. That's not greatly tested. Technically an option, but probably not a great not good enough. God damn it, where? I have so many parts and so much to do. Okay, you know what, how about this? I temporarily remove this, put this on, go to thermal management, and stick. Ooh, I can't actually directly attach that to it. Okay, interesting. Then we do this, we do this. Hmm. You know what? Here's what. I'll stick all those on. Can't get more in. Actually, hold on. Can I get 6 of these in? No, I can only get 4. Just making sure that the radiators are placed in, because these are going to be critical for the success of this vehicle. And they are indeed behind the heat shield. For the close pass, I am going to have to like manually roll this all. Alright. You know, I probably will have an electrical tower of batteries behind this, but it probably won't be super compact. Well, no, it won't be the same size as the probe core. It'll probably be like, you know, a little smaller. I'll probably just throw in a quick adapter. Okay, so what was I looking for? What was I looking for now? We need power or electrical power. And I'm going to run 2 RTGs. And when this thing makes its close pass, I am just gonna have to manual it. Which will be an interesting experience. And no time warping during that. I have no idea how long that'll take. Or at least no major time warping. See a little bit and then reverting if the time warp kills it. I think can't go up to like 50 or 100 times time warp. You can go up to like 100 times time warp or something, or else everything breaks. So I might be able to do like 50 times time warp. Or I don't know. Okay. Work on it electrically. So I will be using these, assuming that they are tested well enough. They are. So let's just get a lot of electrical power, just in case I really need a bunch. And then this will also be where the science experiments are mounted. Then we can have an adapter on top of that. Um, hmm. I guess the fold-out side panels I'm probably not gonna do. Actually, no, it gets me more radiators. I think I gotta do it. Is it really that justifiable, though? I'm not sure it is. I don't think it is. I'm not gonna do it. As interesting as it would be, I'm not gonna do it. I could always stash them forward. Then have them fold, like, back. Better protect these radiators, but I don't. The more I'm thinking about it, the more I'm like, it just does not seem like a good idea. Okay, so we have this. Science experiments will go there. And if I need to cut back on the number of batteries, I can very easily. Let me get a nice little, some form of decoupler for this on. I think I'm gonna do this, or put it on this side. Do this. Come on. Not what I wanted you to do. Fairing just randomly closes in on me sometimes. You don't even fit in that decoupler. I think you'll fit in this one though. Yeah, you'll fit there. Then stick that on top. And stick another one of these on the bottom. Okay, okay, okay. It's kind of working. Although, I might try move that over to the side. I might try to make this smaller. Let me sort by size, screw it. Yeah, I think that's gonna fit in better. That's just a little bit squatter, which is what I want. Like that can remain about that height. Okay, cool. Okay. All right. We need a strong antenna on this. I almost forgot. And I need science experiments somewhere. Probably also, big ass solar panels that I can fold up. Or even if they can't fold up, just being able to rotate the spacecraft around would help. So, okay, solar panel cannot be retracted. These guys can apparently be retracted, but, they're not well tested. I don't have a lot of retractable solar panels, do I? You cannot be retracted. Oh god, that's massive. What did I put on the station? Was it a Dalem? Not one of those. Need one which can be retracted. These. Most of these cannot be retracted. Just great. Great. They're very much what I needed. Yeah, man, I don't have... Do I not have, like, tested... properly tested retractable solar panels? I think I do. Though, again, what the hell did I put on the station? Okay, so these are apparently retractable. It's probably a little bit too much. Yeah, most of the solar panels I think I've been using have been non-retractable. So these would be retractable. And I would have to apply, you know, new... or not new ones, but tested ones to it. The ones from the electrical tests. But that would at the very least give me a couple solar panels. Um, Although that they would have to activate prior to the you know, extension of the radiators. I can go back and do thermal management and actually apply side radiators to this too. Yeah, I don't see the issue in doing surface radiators. If they were smaller. By that radiator panel. Okay. Oh, that's even a bit too big. That's in an aeroshell. It is saying it's bigger than this, but I'm curious as to how large this actually is. Because if this is something where I can fit it in a little easier, that'd be good. It is not. That's still massive. So we have these small shunt radiators. I wonder if they'll work. Okay. So they are just kind of like an activate radiator sort of thing. First of all, I could just put those on there. Um, yeah, okay. Put some of those on there and maybe even like on here. Yes, this is... Actually, if I'm going to put them on here, they'll go there so that they don't re-enter with me. So yes, I now have radiators mounted to my normal return capsule. Which will be fine. I need to now pick the science missions that are going, you know, this close. So what I want to quickly check is what's current, or what science missions, or what experiments do I currently have in Kerbal orbit? So what's made it there? Outcast 1 made it there. It's in high orbit though, so I don't really care. Visitor 1 is high orbit, Visitor 2 is high orbit. The Kerbolar Observatory is really the only one that even got low. So I want to avoid anything that's on the Kerboler Observatory. So it's got a magnetometer boom, an RPWS antenna, imaging science, a micrometeoroid detector, a solar experiment package, and then a quadrispherical solar plasma analyzer. This thing. Um, so what options do I have? This is probably a fairly easy experiment to bring. Photopolarimeter experiment. I did not bring a gravitometer. That's more expensive, but it gives me multiple things. But I don't know if imaging would be great. Frankly, I want to grab things that are smaller. Don't think I sent a Geiger tube. Is in the electrostatic analyzer? I don't think I did. The micrometeoroid. Sure, I'll stick that on. Okay, I'm gonna sort by name instead. These two go with this. Actually, that's a boom? I think that's a bad idea. Did I bring a thermometer? I don't think so. Bring a thermometer. Might be good to bring one of these too. Take solar radiation budget measurements. Just one of the bigger experiments on board. Come on. Why did you do that? Seriously, let me select it. Let me just make sure that these are kind of all in areas I can actually select them on. I think those are the experiments I'm gonna try to get. I don't know if we got. I'll do an ion tap as well. This is a kind of unique opportunity. Okay, so there we go. Got a bunch of experiments on board. Okay, okay. What now? So now that that is done, first move this up. How about I start with one of these on top just to kind of see my space budget, or my space budgeting. It's not much for an extra kick stage. But it'll have to do. So this will need to optionally function as a additional, stage for getting this thing into its desired orbit, as well as preferably bringing it back. And actually, I probably want a two-stage kick stage thing here. So I'm looking at small fuel tanks with a lot of, oomph to them. These Tantares ones are pretty good. And the size B is actually well tested. The radial fuel tank B is well tested too. But I'll probably use these fuel spheres. Because they're well tested and they're nice and big. I know this is well. The thing is, this is well tested. That's got 54, 66 versus these have like 13.5, 16.25. Although I do want to keep this narrow so that it'll stay behind the heat shield. Preferably. I don't think I would consider that Oscar B's aren't going to be... Are babies at all experimented with? Not particularly. I'll find something good to stick here. Yeah, that. Okay. Well, if I could grab something even thinner, that would be nice. I can always do this. Although, I'll do 4 and then rotate them around. Move that up, stick an engine on it. In this case, it'll have to be a, what is it? Not pug, it would be smaller. Spark. Hold on, no shroud, no shroud. So I'm considering this as, the first kind of kick stage there. Then I could still get a second kick stage on this. So once again, I'm considering using a spark. I'll probably use another spark here. Disable the shroud. And, What I'll do is I'll place a structural component on it. Maybe not quite that big, maybe like this. Strap fuel tanks to it. And when I'm talking about fuel tanks, I'm specifically talking about like these. Oh, I can't do 6. A 4 is easy. Okay, so bring that down. Bring this up a bit. Yeah, I think that does a good enough intermediate kick stage. Okay then. Now I need a couple extra decouplers. This will be just to make sure that I have enough to effectively try to deorbit this. Try to use these compact decouplers. I'll stick one of them there. Stick you here. Just to make sure. Oh, that doesn't quite fit anymore. I was hoping it would. Here's like, does not. But at least I made it easy where I can just remove a battery. And call it good. Okay. Now remove this. And in another coupler. Stick that to the bottom. Shift this down a little bit. I also should probably make sure that these are like auto strutted. At various points, because this could very easily go wrong. The other thought I'm having is the one additional engine's kind of out to the side. And I think the answer is yes. So what this will be is these will be extra stages to get this into orbit. Or, get this onto its desired trajectory. I still need a big antenna somewhere. Also extending in a safe direction. Where is it? Where was I looking? Oh yeah, I keep going to structural instead of coupling, and I don't know why. So there was a tiny decoupler. Blue dog somewhere. Yeah, this thing. This thing's apparently of similar size. Um. Hmm. Where would I want to put this? Weirdly enough, probably here. So my thought process here. Actually, why don't I have 4? Actually, you know what? No, I'm starting to run into too many fuel tanks. So I think that's appropriate for, this portion. And what I'm going to do... Oh my god, I gotta go back and edit one of my vehicles. I just realized I did something really dumb. Oh man, I'm like really hungry now too. I might need to have a break here soon. It's not great, frankly, because I want to do good content, but it takes so long to, design everything. It becomes incredibly difficult. Okay, I need a coupling. Well, not a coupling. I need a docking port. Clampotron docking port. I might actually want a Clampotron Junior. No, I'll do a Clampotron. Uh, do not have the shroud. Actually, I have a stupid idea. What if we do this? Okay, there's the docking port on front. And communication-wise, I'll just sort by name. I need something strong, or at least something combinable. So you are 500k relay. It's direct at 100k. Direct at 16 mil, but not tested. Direct at 14G, but not tested. I think I found a really good... Okay, that's direct at 2G, but not tested. I know these are tested at 1 mil. So I guess how this is solved is that... Actually, hold on. How about I put these, like... here. Then move the experiments to different spots. Need a good spot for the thermometer. There's a good spot. Okay. So that would give us 4M, and combined with LR relay set, I think it'll be enough. I hope that'll be enough to keep in communication. If not, we do have this extra antenna which can be extended, although that would extend beyond the thermal protection, so I don't think I want to do that. And I actually think I'm going to replace you with a Communotron. An extra one. Okay. I think that's the mission. We have the antennas. Everything else. Yeah, put the flag on it there. Put another flag on it over here. Which this flag will be the guys we are launching this for. Ara. That's barely visible, but I kind of like it that it's barely visible. I kind of want Kara on the return capsule too. I'll put a sticker in on this side. Come on. Come on, game. Work with me here. Okay, cool. I'll strip that too. Okay, so I think this is the first portion of this mission. It badly needs to be reorganized though. That should... Hell. How did that get stuck? Anyway, move all those up for the moment. So these are the 4 engines at the bottom. These guys should not be anywhere near that. I honestly think this is gonna hit a point where I'm just manually activating and deactivating stuff. I don't know what this engine is doing here. And it just randomly gets stuck. Where the hell did my first stage go? What the fuck is going on? There's literally an invisible stage. Where's stage 8? I don't know. So that all goes. So that's when it's going up. We decouple that, ignite that engine, and move you. Then the fairing goes. Parachutes have got to be one of the last things to go. I'll be honest, I'm just gonna unstage that decoupler. Fairing goes. Next thing to detach would be this one. No, wrong thing. Damn it. Do not ignite that engine. That engine would be the next thing you ignite there. So now we gotta figure out whichever decoupler this is. So wait, which engine is this? That's that engine. So then you have to decouple there. And the engine's missing. This is this one on 11. No, it's not. Oh dear God. Okay. This is a problem. This is a problem because the engine's vanished. Uh, I probably have to save and reload. Like, this is how badly this is glitched out. So let's name this something. Yeah, because stage 13 is not showing anymore. What would this be? Part of me wants to call it Sundive, and part of me wants to try to come up with an acronym for that. Or Kerbol Dive. I could do the Kerbol Solar Probe. No, doesn't make sense. Kerbol. That's an option. Okay, so the Kerbol. Let me see if I can come up with a name for this. Kerbol. I want to work in Corona. So I have a C. So I could do probe. Probably do probe. Hmm. I'm trying to think of additional words I can just add in between to create a good acronym. Because you need good acronyms with spacecraft. You need good, well, backronyms specifically. So, call it the Corona Intercept. It would be more of a diver. Traveler, pass-through probe. I could do like pass-through. I feel like intercept's not the right word. But you could use it. What would be a different term? What would be a different term for that? Like something, moving through a medium. I feel like there's a word, but I'm too hungry to think of it. I could do Explorer, the Corona Explorer probe. See EP, the KCEP. I feel like I want to do something with at the very least, a vowel here. As I'm probably not gonna get a good backronym, but I might get an okay acronym. Um, the Explorer of Kerbal Corona. EOKC. Yuck. Something I put in front of that. Really not. So if I can work in an and, that would be good. If I can add something there. Um, I could always do close in. Explorer probe. That just changes the corona to... or close in and corona? I don't know. Oh, I could work in the retrograde. How about we do the retrograde? Then I can get something here. Racket. Ooh, I might be able to get racket as a definition if I can force something else instead of probe and figure out an A letter. The retrograde. Let's see if we can... If I can force a T here, we're good. If I can force a T, we're good. We get racket. Or ricket. Arcket. An A here would be excellent, too. I'm going to look up synonyms for probe, and I'm going to look it up on my iPad so that my computer does not have to do any more work. Synonym for space probe. Great, that didn't help at all. Spacecraft, nothing good. That was another word for space probe. Oh god, what would be a good one? Travels through space. Can he... Okay, so... I'm looking at stuff which is vaguely synonyms, which doesn't work for this case, but there's only two which start with T and neither of them are good. Called the Kerbal Explorer Science Transporter, which gives me or Rakist. Retrograde. What would be a good word? Something starting with A. Oh, and return capsule. Ooh, I can work with return capsule at some point. Or something to do with recovery. Retro... Uh, Corona Explorer Science Transporter feels really forced, though. No, I could do experiment. Rakit. I need an A here. I need to get an A here. Ooh. Let me just look up, like, adjectives starting with A. What about synonyms for hot? There's a lot of them. None of them start with A. Antonyms for hot. Arctic, of course. Hmm. What can I force here? I kind of want to do the heat, but I need neither A or maybe an I would work. Is there an I for hot? Couple. Don't really work. Ooh, what about synonyms for diving? Dive synonyms. Nope, they all suck. Of course, there's an antonym which work. There's antonyms which work. There's no synonyms. Ah, man, I'm not getting any luck with this, with naming this. This one's. I don't even know how to force this. Let me look up recover synonyms. Claim. Start with R. Retrieve, salvage. I'll start with R. Act of regaining possession. Let's say and recovery. No. I think I just call this call it Rekeat. Cannot come with the or come up with another one. I could do an and here if I can get something first. I don't know what that and would be. So I think I just run with this. I'm gonna color these white because I can. Okay, so I save it. I will probably have to reload it, but I actually want to... Why did I hit open? Why did I hit open? That was a bad idea. That was a really, really dumb idea. Um... That was an incredibly dumb idea. What I want to do is I want to leave, go in, edit one of my things, then come back and fix it. And while I'm doing this, I will check the pings I've gotten in Discord. Just to, like, make sure that those are clear. Okay, I can see that it's come back. So in this case, it is this guy I need to edit. I realized what I forgot. RCS thrusters. Wait for program to respond. Man, I need food soon. I will intend on going until there's a launch. It's just I'm almost 4 hours in. I need to design another mission and another like additional capsule. So that will probably be what? How much does a Poisey weigh? Did I calculate that? I think I calculated that at one point. For performance metrics? Well, it might be under important info. Oh wait, no, it is under performance metrics, sorry. A Poisey is 6.5 tons. In which currently I'm estimating, what is it? So it would be CLFBP3 to be able to take about 9.25 tons to low Kerbin orbit. So a Poisey would fit. Which is good to know. Poisey would hopefully fit. But yeah, I need to go in and go to where? Command and control. Actually, you probably need more, first of all, okay, are these tested? No. These tested. Not adequately. I've not heavily used RCS thrusters, so that's kind of screw me over. Sort by size. Are these tested? The micro RCS blocks? Not heavily. Are these? Nope. These. Nope. These. Nope. This. Not adequately. This. Not adequately. This. Not adequately. Do I even have a good RCS thruster anywhere? Right, those are the adequately tested ones. Great. So I have to take one of the less adequately tested ones. So not you. So that could work. First of all, I should probably add that to this. This is not gonna work. That's a little bit better tested. I'm more accepting of this. Problem is where to put it. Well, it kind of works there. I do need to stick this in. Only need one of those. Okay, now I think this will work. So that gives me, you know, enough RCS to hopefully be able to approach this thing in close. It might be a little challenging, but I think it'll work now. Although I could see the decoupler getting in the way. Man, it is difficult to engineer that. Um, I think it'll be fine. I'll just accept it. It only needs to maneuver, or, you know, grab onto the other vehicle, restore power, and shut down one of the functions that's going on it, so that that vehicle can once again generate power. And also just provide an frankly absurd amount of power for it that, you know, not much else is needed. So, time to go back to Firecrest and continue to work on that staging. Once that staging is done, that's when I can actually start building one. Then I have the next mission to plan, oh god, which I'll have to see if I want to do a Swallow 1A or 1A extended fairing. Um, hmm. I kind of want to do. I kind of want to have like RCS pods on the side of it for, you know, the rendezvous and docking. But once it's docked, I want to be able to detach those. That might force the extended fairing. I also want to be able to transfer out any fuel that is stuck in the Swallow second stage. Actually, Swallow might be not 9 point something tons. I think it's 11 point something tons was the estimate. Okay. Firecrest 1A. Arquette. But where the hell did those engines go? They're up here. Right? Is that them? Yeah. We got a separation there. Then you would need to fire. Then next separation. Okay. Actually, yeah, that separation, you need to fire. You... Oh, you should be staged way before this. Yeah. So, that decouples, that ignites. Um... Honestly... This guy should be staged. Here's what, I'm gonna put in an extra thing there, just in case. Be staged after that. No. That should go... And then this should go. I didn't want to move an engine! Why'd you move an engine down? No. I want this. Is this the correct one? Yes, it is. Thank you. Alright. So then we have that engine, we have that, we have this engine. You should not be staged. All. Fine, I will move you up all the way to the top. So Boop. So ignite that. Next thing I'd want to decouple would actually be this guy. Where the hell is it? There it is. That's the one which vanished. The next one after that to decouple would be this. Then at that point, we'd fire up this engine. You decouple. The next one to decouple would be this. Right? Moved it down one too far. Right? So yeah. Oh, wait, no. Hold on. Decouple that. Yeah, the next thing is decouple this. Then ignite that engine. Then decouple this. Ignite that engine. Then we couple this, deploy the chutes, and couple that. Um, Technically, I want that to be the center. Which gives us a current delta V of 10,035 meters per second once in orbit. Which is not that great, to be honest. How much deorbit delta V do we have? Probably a lot. So yeah, then it will be, you know, docking a kick stage or even two stacked kick stages onto this. But I think that is, Rakit done. Okay. I guess the other possibility is that I just try to jam as much fuel into this as possible by instead using a second Firecrest 1A to stick two separate kick stages on the front. So probably another Poise and another Poisey. I actually think I'm going to do that. Do that. A Firecrest 1A or another Firecrest 1A. So this will be two Firecrest 1A missions. This is about 17,000 a launch. I think it's actually about 16,000 if we're subtracting out all the extra stuff. And this will be the, you know, extra kick stages. And I guess technically, it can drain fuel, or I'll be able to drain fuel from the, extra stage provided by this. This will probably have to be something where I somewhat manually, you know, fly it. There you go. Kara on the side. Crest 1A. I'm gonna call you Arkeet, kick stages. No, I'll call this Arkeet kick. This is the, you know, just the kick stages for Arkeet. Honestly, there is part of me which just wants to take up like two Poisies. Can that even fit in this fairing? Yes, but I'm not sure it will once decouplers are added. But frankly, that would be absolutely hilarious, because these things are just crammed full of fuel. And to be able to just dock like two of them to the front end of it. would be kind of absurd. The other thought is I could put like strap-on tanks on the side, but I don't think I have. I think that's actually kind of a bad idea, especially with this. I mean, this all has to maneuver into position too, so you know. But it would be funny. Just the sheer amount of Delta V I could get. So let's do. I'll do a poisey and a poise. Oh, seriously? Seriously, game! Ah, did it just crash? Did it just crash on me? Kerbal. Kerbal? Ah! Alright, I'm getting food. See ya in like, 20 minutes when it loads again. I now realize I just did a dumb and that the game wasn't actually loading that entire time. I thought it was, but because for whatever reason Private Division decided to do that thing where it's like, oh, we have a launcher now. It only loaded the launcher. It's like, I'm so used to Kerbal just booting up on its own. I'm not used to this darn launcher. Anyway, I'm eating. I'm gonna eat now while I wait for it to load. Oh god, it's barely even done. Yeah. So, good news is I am here right now. I think I just finished munching on everything and it's about to load. Oh my god, I briefly saw the main menu there. Give it a few more moments. I'm gonna say that we're back. Also, at some point, I will have to take not like a break, like a very short, you know, very short go away from the PC, come back again. And, when I do come back, I'll have a bird with me. Have a little, bird helping me out, I guess. When I say helping me out, probably more means, like, getting into trouble. Hey. Oh. Okay, so that did not start building the Firecrest. So that's not started building yet, but it looks like everything else is there, but I probably don't have to go in and edit the other one. I think I'm okay. I think I'm okay. I think I'm okay. I think it would have saved every time I think the thing is it would have saved every time I return to the Space Center. So Arcade needs to build again. Let's just make sure that this is all in order. I think it is. Yes. Okay. So there we go. Arcade is building. Okay. Now I'm back. I'm back to where I was. Well, almost. But now that the game's reloaded, that should actually mean it'll run just a little bit better, too. So when I get to my first launches of the day, that'll help. It's also really not promising to have the first crash come before the first launch. Okay, so I was thinking about it. I'm gonna start with a Poisey and stretch it. So I think this is what I'm gonna do. So it's basically a single stage with a lot of Delta V in it. Or maybe I do another one, I don't know. I feel like I want to save as much Delta V as possible for the turn trip. Oh. One issue with poisy is that you can't mount stuff on the side at all. So you kind of have to. Let's. How we do this? So this means that stuff can be mounted on the side. So this is like a poisy two E's. I'm saying. But the reason I'm doing this is so that. Oh wait, no. Generation 7. That's acceptable. Yeah, I'm willing to bring this in as an acceptable rocket. I should have enough fuel to this. What I wanted to do here was I wanted to do strap on side RCS tanks and thrusters, which would of course eventually come off. So I'll do probably a R6 radial decoupler. Uh, I'll do 3. I think 3 is the appropriate amount. Sort by size. I don't want to go something really small. It's going to be too big. Here's the one I'm thinking of. Actually, no, sort by cost. Sort by cost. It'll be higher up in the cost list. Strap-on tanks. Those are too big. Those don't work. These would work. Yeah. Um, these would work and these would work, but nothing else really would. No, I want to engineer this sooner rather than later. Here's a thought. If I rotate... no, hold on. I'll rotate you like this. About 4 of these. And now I need RCS thrusters. Which would be... where? Under control, right? Utility control. Where's control? Why am I not? There you go. Probably consider those because those are a little stronger in terms of the reaction wheels, but in terms of the actual thrusters, these thruster blocks. Or the problem is that that will stretch out too far. Mostly. If I get a little bit more clever with the clipping, I think these are fine. Like, yeah, they can clip in there. Yeah, they have a okay path out. I think that is an okay spot for them. So yeah, that can allow for proper rendezvous, and then when they're done, I can just decouple them. Um, going to grab an extra decoupler, and what this is actually going to do is, here's what, I'll put that on it. Um, the thing is, this is not going to need to take its or take its reaction wheels and stuff and such with it, or take its reaction wheels and power with it. So I'm thinking I'm just gonna strap them onto the side and then decouple them after it's docked. But I also want to get a where is it? Oh, it's coupling. Docking port going. Just a regular clampetron on the front. To signify that fuel is going to be transferred out of the lower stage into the upper stage, I am... Oh. Stick that on. Stick that there. So that means that fuel transfer is allowed. I don't want it blue. Okay, I mean, these provide an absurd amount of torque for their size, so I'm content with them. Pods-wise, I need something which is good, so we know that's good. But that's kind of too big. Actually, an interesting choice is going with the Zebulon. It's small. This down. Yeah, Zebulon is small. Does also create some problems as other stuff kind of has to be provided for it. Zebulon is well tested, so that's kind of big part of the reason why I'm going for it. Antenna wise, I do believe that you will need a actually I think I will just do a Lepus low gain. The pretty regular choice for me. So that is working. Okay, so I can stick that further inside, but I am gonna have to rotate it somewhat. Does clip out. So I think you will just have to go with a Communitron. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make it double-sided, but only gonna make you single-sided. So why am I doing that? On the other side, I'm gonna have batteries. So these will, once stocked, hopefully be things that all decouple. Well, okay, what I'll probably do is I'll probably decouple all these. I'll try to reuse the remaining monoprop in the burn. So we'll burn off the monoprop, decouple those, and then just start burning rapidly. In the in the descent burn. What am I looking for? Electrical. Yes. I'm also kind of unsure where I'm gonna put the solar panels. I probably want these things, unless the B I mean, unless the B is tested. If the B is tested, I'll go for it. If it's not tested, I won't. Um, I don't think these are tested right. Not particularly. Can't really put them on anyway. So the A is there. There's the B. Yeah, you're not greatly tested. Okay, so, there we go. The other side is host to a battery pack. And, somewhere on this, I need to stick solar panels. I'm completely unsure as to where. Actually, I have an idea. I have an idea. So, which solar panels are used? That's an example which is tested. This is an example which is tested. I stick the solar panel here. Or alternatively, one here. Yeah, there we go. It's gonna be a little awkward, but I think it'll work. And then, yeah, everything can come off when needed. There's a possibility of another kick stage. I don't think I'll do it. I think this will be enough. I'm hoping this will be enough. Um, Gotta go retrograde. We're transferring everything out of here, getting both things to orbit. I think this will be fine. Okay. So this is Racket Kick. Alright, so, we'll reroute to the Zebulon. Alright, there is one more control thing I want. And that would be the Star Tracker. Who did I put a Star Tracker on the main one? On the main vehicle? I don't know. I'm gonna have to check that. there's no reason I shouldn't have a star tracker on here. It'll go on the battery packs. Okay. So the first thing to do, ignite the engines. Oop, yep, you are okay. Those are okay. That should happen in that order, and then we will have fairing separation. After fairing separation, technically that should detach. That should deploy. Wait, although, hold on. That's enough for low Kerbin orbit. So what really should be happening is I'm gonna add in an extra stage here, like just an empty stage. These two should detach. Then these two should detach. Actually, no. That should detach first. Then the engine igniting is gonna be the last thing out of all of them. So there we go. That's now it's our kick. So these are technically going up. Actually, I'm not gonna risk it. I just shown that I can't have that there. I'm not gonna have that visual of that there. So save Arcade Kick, order Arcade Kick. And I do want to check Arcade again and just make sure that it works. I'll make sure that it has the star tracker on it specifically. That, you know, it can actually uh so that does actually have full SAS. And there's like one more or there's one min-miss or min-miss satellite launch mission I'll have to build, and that will be on Sparrow. Or Sparrow? Yeah, I think it's Sparrow. Um then yeah, it'll be a case of getting these new missions sent and probably getting the next one going to Eve. Oh my, it is going to be time to depart for Eve here very shortly. I think I set it so that the alarm is like 1 day before the Eve departure. But yeah, oh, I don't have one. I don't have one on here. Although you might have that capability by default, right? Oh no, you get upgraded. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna add the star tracker. Uh, yeah, the Eve mission. Oh yeah, no, I think I have it set like 1 day before, so I might wind up like fast forwarding, you know, a day, or at least a partial day. But I think even like if it's a day off, it'll be fine. Anyway, star tracker there. That'll work. Save edits. Alright, so added an additional part, so that thing will be able to have like full maneuver node pointing SAS control, or reaction wheel yeah, no. Full maneuver node pointing SAS control. That would be it, yeah. Okay. So yeah, last mission I need to get ready now will be a another Minmus spy sat mission. And after that, I believe that's all of the major contracts building. Although I will have to, I do have plane tests coming up, and once those are done, um, I guess I have to build a plane, but I don't know if I want to build a plane today, given how long the building has gone so far. I am 5 hours into the live stream and have not yet done a launch. But the earliest that a first launch could be probably at like 6 or 7 hours into the live stream. I don't think I'm going to build a plane today. I think I will do the plane tests, but the plane's not going to be assembled until later. So I need a sparrow. Or not a sparrow, a swallow, sorry. This would be a Swallow 1A, I believe will work fine. Let's select the flag for Blue Dog Design Bureau. Probably bigger scale. Alright. What is the contract? Photo surveillance from a polar orbit of Minmus. It needs an SG-7. So we are taking... There's an SG-7 or SG-8. So we're taking one of these out to Minmus. Why will you not... Mouse! Stop it! My god. What the fuck? What the fuck, Kerbal? I can't put that there. I cannot put anything to the side. Kerbal, what the fuck? Hmm... That's a problem. Great! Great, Kerbal is breaking on me. I'm having so much fun right now. Why do I even do this? Get that on. Upload, move it back a little bit. Kinda clipped in. Engine. I need some engine. Or this. What's one which is tested? Are you... Fuck? Purple. Going on. I don't know what's going on. I have no idea what's going on. I feel like the game is telling me not to play at this point. I'm hitting that point. There is... Something is glitching out. Go back into the VAB, maybe this will fix it. If this doesn't fix it, I think I'm just saying it's done. Oh hey, thank you, whoever that was, for following me. Why official? Just subscribe to my YouTube channel. Right. The YouTube notifications are on, because I got the email notification, so... Probably didn't even subscribe for Kerbal. He probably subscribed for, like, Rule the Waves 3. Um... Right, that is a thing that can just happen while I'm doing this. So I'm like, oh, thank you for doing something. No, no, he's not. I don't think he's here right now. I think he's over on YouTube watching my, watching, like, Rule the Waves, 2D boat game. Ships move around, shoot at each other in your imagination, because it's 2D boat game, but it's really good 2D boat game. Okay, yeah, now it's working. Oh, good. But yeah, no, he probably just subscribed for that, and just happened to be at the same time as I'm doing this. Okay, so I want to sort by size. Hopefully now this will be working better and not glitching out like before. Well, those are tested actually. Those are really well tested. I don't know what I used them on. Honestly, it's like just use a spark. You're getting like 20 kilonewtons of thrust. That's only like a 4 tested. Let's sort by cost. Let's sort by cost, not size, but by cost. That might be a good engine to continue to test. Can. These engines are well tested. And that is cheaper. I think it will be adequate. No. For the sort of mission I'm going after, I think that'll be an adequate engine. I'm actually reasonably certain a configuration like that was used really early on. That stores a good amount of liquid fuel. Yeah, I can do something like this. And then put the payload on top. If I need a little bit of extra fuel, I can always strap it on too. Which it would be under science, it would be an SG7. Yes, that fits perfectly. I kind of like it with that paint scheme. Okay, so I believe this will be a Okay, hold on. If I look at not launch stats, family, payload stats, trying to figure out what this would be. So the last min-miss spy sat I sent would have been Unit 2. So this would be MSR Unit 3. Get a command pod on it. So technically this would work. That's not particularly well upgraded. That's not yet. Okay, that one's good. I mean, I think the fairing is just put on top, and I will have to be right back here, like right now. So let me do that. My pet bird will be joining me for the next hour or so of this. She is right now eating some food I just brought down here for her. And she's probably gonna hop over and say hello, hang out. I know. Pooped her beak. Alright, so I need a, where is it? I don't know if she'll be hearable over the microphone or not. I need an SRC-8. There's going to be something under coupling. I probably don't want the mini stack separator just because it will produce extra space debris that I don't need. Hello, bird. Oh, hanging out. I know. Gentle. Okay, we can use that adapter, but I do want to add something else to the top of this. Home? Yeah, that is nah. That would kind of suck. That adapter I don't think would work. It could always work, but probably not. Okay, that would be interesting, but probably not. I think it would probably be. What I'm looking for is probably in structure somewhere. There's something good I can. Guess I can use a payload adapter, another payload adapter, and then stick this on top. Stick that in. Down. This down a bit. Okay, and there's the return capsule. Stuck on. My bird's a little stinker pot. increase the depth on that, and then probably do that on all of them, just to kind of see if that makes the flag survive better. Get the solar panels in. Actually, you can probably move down the decoupler somewhat. You don't have any shrouds. No, you don't. They just need to be appropriately sized for that. Actually, see, let me get a smaller decoupler. A smaller decoupler might here. As the smallest that one goes. Or that one being slightly smaller works. Add batteries. I believe this probe core is just already really good. I don't really need to care much about it. Okay. We got those probe, we got solar panels, we got batteries. Oh, right, an antenna. Well, it's probably not terrible at this point, given the network that already exists out there. But, you know, we'll stick one on. Okay. BD MSR Unit 3. Oh, God, I'm having issues again. Great. Great, great, great. The stage just vanished! Hooray! Oh my God, I gotta save. And gotta leave again. Thank you, Mouse, and thank you, Kerbal Space Program. I just... Why do I... Why did I do this? Why didn't I just pick, like, Rule the Waves? I got in the Kerbal itch again. I got the Kerbal itch, and now it's just like, no. Why don't I just do something more sane than try to force through this thing? I'm already like getting to the point where I'm out of energy, but still going. Gonna keep going. Want to do launches. Oh, come on. Okay, the vanished stage is now back. Thank you. Okay, so This engine should not be igniting there. Okay, so now I gotta go through all this. So this engine should not be igniting there. Okay, so you should not, you should. Yeah, you, and you should all go. You are not appropriate. Why do I bother? Why do I bother? Why do I bother with any of this? Load up base hopper, fine. This thing was horrible. This thing just crashed immediately. It was terrible. Okay, that's probably an easier process for getting the missing stages back. What might be happening is it might be just failing to register what is happening or getting really confused because I'm not letting off the click, but it kind of thinks I am, like mid-scroll. Okay, bearing wise, I want it to occur after the second stage engine ignites. Okay, so now that that's set up, you need to you need to be over here. You need to be there. You need to be there. Um, we'll reroute. There we go. So unit 3, set up. How much Delta V do you have? It's saying 6,000. I think this only has 493. I think this is about 3,000 meters per second Delta V, which seems a little low. Is this fine for a min-miss mission? Good question. So min-miss is about 4,660 to get there. And that's probably about what? So we'll say about what, 1,000, 1,200 to get back. That'll be 5,800, which means we probably have 800 meters per second spare Delta V. Probably not quite that, but I wouldn't be surprised if we have like 4 to 600 meters per second spare Delta V. I'm content with that. That's good enough. So yeah, save it. Assume these tanks are good. Yes, they are good. Yeah, save it and get it ready for launch. Bird is being a little stinker bird. No. Why did I get pinged twice on here? Oh, right, the Planet Coaster channels on Discord are just uploading videos and pinging at everyone for some reason. It's just some of the Discords I'm in are doing stuff. So, finally, should be able to do something now. Although I actually want to get these sorted out, so I probably want Unit 3 earlier on. And then mugs 2. How would I put them in this order? And then I'll move a couple of the power tests below. Yeah, I think that's an okay order to be assembling everything in. Oh, hold on, I have like 2 Firecrest fuel tests and a plane test to do. Alright, I was gonna probably build the plane this time. Let's warp until that extra plane test is just done. When is the next launch? The Carbon Eve window is in 6 days. The next launch looks like Unit 3 in about 4 days. It looks like these two will go before this goes. But let's get the SPH cleared out and do all these tests. Okay, so despite Firecrest fuel tests being out here, I just ordered 2 anyway, with probably slightly lower reliability than I want, but probably still pretty reliable. Um, Hopefully with their parts being pretty reliable. So we'll run the field tests, we'll run the plane tests. Get all the money back from them. I have a bird who is being a little stinker bird, I know. And doing other stuff. Okay, she wants to cuddle. You want cuddles? No, you like cuddles, don't you? I'm waiting for the game to load. When the game loads, the hand's probably gonna move away. Oh, I know, you want scritches. You're a good bird. Olive. Yeah, okay, so the bird's wanting to be pet. It's kind of cuddled into my hand and is letting me scritch her head and cheek with my thumb. Just looks so content. You're a good bird, Olive, I know. Good little conure. Scratch my hand, though. Oh, I took my hand away from her and she just kind of walked right back towards it. I know. Telling me you want more cuddles. Just. My hand got itchy. I'm sorry. Okay. If I had my green screen like properly up, I'd probably show this bird. Right, this tank safety rating was a concern. Probably check that on the 2 Firecrests I'm building. I might even have to swap it out with some of these tested, or with these 2 tested ones. Now that I've realized that. Just so they have, you know, better safety. So now I'm gonna have to do that again. But yeah, the entire point of that was just to spawn those parts in, test them. You a good baby bird, Olive, a good baby bird. You a good baby bird. She's technically not a baby anymore. She's more a toddler now. And will remain that way the rest of her life. Won't you? It is having a parrot is often like being stuck with a toddler for a while, and I'm pretty certain that this one's gonna wind up that way. Little angry toddler. No. Okay, Firecrest fuel test. Second one, and then we got 3 plane tests to go. quickly get through all these, and it does look like we will be able to get a launch done before the Kerbin Eve window aligns. Thankfully, all the other stuff there is just I mean, it's not unimportant stuff, but it's mostly stuff that requires checking up on. Probably mainly Coral 1, just to kind of see where they're at in terms of supplies and if I need to send a resupply mission. Which actually, what would I put that on? Okay, technically, I can always bring up another chariot resupply mission. Do chariot 2 if I just really need to get something out. But if I can wait just a little longer, um, then I could see what Robin 2 or Robin 3 could bring. Like, probably Robin 3A2 could be a reasonable resupply rocket. It's making clicky noises at me. Making clicky noises? Doing that. No, your head kind of weird. I don't know what you're trying to tell me. Oh, you want to knock. Although that's incredibly cute. Your little knockback. I know. Okay, so this spawned in. As you can tell, there's a lot of downtime as I wait for everything to spawn in. And, well, I mean, now it has. I gotta reload again. Oh, come on. Load. Loading times are just massively long right now. Here we go. Alright, get a plane test launch. Clear everyone. Literally just typing up a message in the middle of the live stream because the loading times are so long. Like, what do I do? I have an iPad here. I can look at the iPad. Like, why not? It's taking so long to load anyways. Take a look at people's pretty KSP pictures, for example. Pet the bird. Always pet the bird. Always pet the bird. You know, you want pets, don't you? You like scritches. Good burp. Alright, there we go. So these are the plane cockpit I want to use, which would be the jet, or not the jet, the, like, it's the B-29, B-50 cockpit. Yes, right, B-50. Be the late models of them. And then I'm thinking about these engines, I'm thinking about these engines. Right, I put no fuel in here. I think that was supposed to have fuel, and it just didn't spawn with any. Um, there actually seems to be an issue with that, with this mod set, where it will reset the stats of parts I've custom set, and I have no clue why. It just seems to glitch a lot in that regard. Like, this is almost hitting the point of unplayability. It's not quite there, but it's really close. Clear. Another one on the pad. Still waiting. Man, these loading times, they sure hurt. I should be able to get a couple launches in today, though, still. Scroll through Discord. There we go. I start up the engines, they immediately flame out. Do a normal recovery. And wait again. But gotta suffer through another loading screen, and then, get the third one done. Suffer through more loading screens. Right. Okay. Did it somehow accidentally reacted? And here we go. Spaceplane hangar. Okay. Let's launch it. This will get me a little bit of money back, too. And for the third time. Wait! This keeps happening. And it'll finally be on to like a fairly normal thing after this. It almost feels like the loading times get worse with each thing I load in. And I had to do 5 tests. So 5 incredibly long loading times. Well, more than 5, 10. Gotta load in, like this has. And I can ignite them. And I gotta load out. Well, you have to make those two adjustments. Okay. You check those two rockets now, make sure that I can do something. But it would be Arkeet and Arkeet Kick. Need to check. On. The bird is knocking on my hand, so you can't hear it. I'll knock in response like that. So there we go. Okay, so what I wanted to do, I wanted to buy one with a previous use there, and then save that as an edit. Unless I'm now having to play Kerbal one-handed, as I have to pet a bird constantly. No. The previous bird would he'd just sit on my shoulder and be happy. You are just kind of expecting to be pet all the time, aren't you? Okay, come on, load it up. There we go. First of all, I will accept. Okay, save edits. I should also probably go to the spaceplane hangar and spawn in a couple more. Yeah, let me use some of the spaceplane hangars, spare. Oh, come on. Game. I clicked on it, right? Yeah. Let me use some of that spare, construction ability to basically build more test articles for Firecrest. There we go. Where is the part I need? I think it's these. I think it's just this. Yep. Um, let's spawn in like 3. Let's update it 3 generations. And all of those will be ready, but I'm not gonna actually, you know, test them this stream. I would say maybe between streams. That never happens. I always forget. I mean, I go long enough between streams to easily forget, and that will probably happen again. Let's be real. Alright, now I can do some warp to completes. Looks like that other power test is going to complete it around the same time as the Kerbin Eve alignment. Wouldn't be too surprised if I actually decide to go to that instead. Probably not though. Bird is fighting me a lot. And there's a new tech. Really curious, are there any new contracts anywhere? Relay satellites. Logical study of the moon. So it's surface sample. Bad idea. Think that's a bad idea. That's better, but what is the climate study of Kerbin? Scale. Geological study of the moon, so it's still all landed missions. Hoping for something more interesting, but apparently not. Bird. The hell. Right, let's get Unit 3 ready. So Blue Dog, MSR Unit 3, this will be heading to Minmus. So I believe I'm going to roll this out to Launch Complex 2. I have no idea what sort of throttle setting I should leave this on at the beginning, either. That's actually something I should probably focus on. I'll probably do 100%. I think 100% will be fine at the beginning. And I would be able to control it from there. So yeah, this will be able to go in time. I think I can do... Yeah, I can probably do MGCL. The Curb and Eve transfer window, I can probably get that stuff moving. I might be able to do, like, mugs, too. Okay. So I wanted to go right now. Well, first of all, I'm going to take a look at mission control, see if there's anything new. The answer is no. That was an interesting rad mission. That might actually be somewhat doable. Well, okay, so that's Geiger counter, moisture sensor, seismic data, crew report, mystery goo, telescope observation, infrared light camera, cosmic ray detector, and data camera. I think all of those are doable. Yeah, because that's D-Magic. Let's just have a crew member. They're all landed. Oh, yeah, I can't do it. Never mind. I'd love to have taken that, but offer expires in a while though, so that's probably a good easy mission to take as my airplanes get up and running. I wanted to go to the tracking station to try to get Minmus, well, not Minmus aligned, but the launch aligned better with Minmus's orbit. I'm unsure if I'll have to launch south or north. I'll have to do one of the two. And I think after this launch, I will have to probably put the bird in her cage. I know, but there's a launch I have to do first. You coming down to be mad at me for that? Because you know what those mean, or no? Olive, don't bite me. You are mad at me. You understood what I said and got mad. Why? How? Stop it. Ah, birds. You are a little stinker bird. Alright, so orbit with Minmus will be a line. There, I think. Wanna launch north. Reposition the Space Center just a little bit. I think the Space Center is now in an appropriate position. Okay. I think it's time. I think it's time to launch something. Olive, now is probably a bad time to be chewing on my hand. If you can believe that, it's a bad time to be doing that. Yes, it is. I know. You're getting agitated. You're starting to have been out for so long that you're getting really bored and just getting agitated, a little bitier, a little meaner. Then you need to calm down a little bit. Olive, talking to the bird. You're my company right now. Hello. I know. Hanging out. All right. It is finally time to launch something. 6 hours in. I'll be honest, like, I was thinking about launching more. I think it might just be launch this and call it. I'm getting tired. Um, and when I say launch this, like, launch this on a trajectory to Minmus. Um, I have people here, but I'm trying to figure out if the people who are watching are just lurkers, or if they are the people who went AFK during, the previous guy's live stream and left the, just left it open. I'm trying to figure that out. You know, if they were someone who's just AFK and sitting here, am I obligated to give him this? Am I obligated to give him someone else, or just or are they somebody who actually is here? Oh hey, Hairflex, just got here. Yes, I'm trying to launch something right now. If the game will load, says I am 6 hours in. I've now passed the streamed for 6 hours mark. Curvel. I'm just trying to figure that out if I'm obligated to raid someone or not. I'm tired. I want to do at least one launch, maybe two. The minimum have to be right back to put a bird up after this, but the loading screens are too long. Like I'm sitting there waiting like 2-3 minutes for this screen to load. It's ridiculous to the point where I'm like, yeah, maybe it feels like I'm fighting the game a lot. And 6 hours in, it's kind of difficult to do. Anyways, throttle up. Load limbo hot. Yep. Settle up. SAS on. Toggle that. I do want some screenshots. Actually, if I'm taking screenshots, I should probably press F1 so I'm taking them in like 2K. So this is the Swallow 1. Not Swallow. Swallow? Swallow or... What are you? Are you Swallow or are you something else? Yep, Swallow 1A. On the pad. On. Okay. I'll grab a nice thing. Carrying a classified military satellite. Actually, one thing I can do, I can press escape and then press F2 and look at that. Now everything is way easier to move around. This will allow me to get some photos in flight too. So I probably will do that. Just warning you. The frames are kinda there. Kinda. Alright. T-minus 10. 9. 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. Oh, actually, hold on. 3. Oh, no. Stopping count, halting count, counting count. I gotta move up north. Okay. So restarting count. Back to T-minus 10. T-minus 10. 9. 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. Engine ignition. And liftoff of Swallow. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. Okay, normally I don't allow reverts to launch. That was fucked up enough to allow a revert to launch. No, they retracted the wrong direction. That is... I hate this mod. I hate this mod sometimes. I really, really, really hate this mod. Or some of these mods, because for whatever reason, for whatever goddamn stupid ass reason, one of the mods I have is resetting every single little toggleable setting I check on many of these parts, and I have no idea why or how it is happening, and this is happening on such a frequent basis. I do not know how to fix it. I don't even know if I want to continue with this campaign anymore because something is so inherently broken in it that I can't do it, which I can't just do anything about. So, I'm allowing a revert there because I see exactly what went wrong. That is bullshit. That is frankly complete and utter bullcrap that even happened. That is of no fault of my own. Everything, I made sure every goddamn thing worked. That is the mod glitching. That is legitimately a game bug causing issues. Okay. Fuck. Okay, so, I will just manually retract the arms myself. Here's what we will do. SS enabled, throttle up. Go on to this. Grab a screenshot. I already have some other nice screenshots. So, T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Did it say upright if you retract them before ignition? Maybe? Hold on. Hold on, let me... How about this? I will just retract the arms right now. Tracked arm? Wrong way, wrong way. Okay, so... what the fuck is going on? Alright, so I think the determination is to stop using these swing arm parts entirely. End arm. There we go. Alright. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, engine ignition, and lift off of Swallow 1, and yet you can see that those arms just came right back up. Swallow 1 is pitching downrange. Swallow 1 is already throttling back. It looks like we are getting a slightly wobbly rocket. For whatever reason. Auto strap heaviest part. Throttling back to 1/3 throttle. We got nominal performance out of the main engine. Holy crap, the amount of liquid fuel we've already used. Throttling down to half throttle. The one is continuing to pitch over. I believe we're supersonic. We're probably like way supersonic at this point. No, that's the wrong way. Apollo 1 is continuing to pitch over. Actually, hold on. Let me try this. Just so I can kind of get, you know, a good view. So here's a nice view just of the rocket mid-flight. That's actually a pretty sweet photo. Okay, yep, that's a cool photo. Okay. Continuing to pitch down. Bearings are about where I want them. Pitching all the way down. Funny how I'm having to like fly this thing on half throttle. I'm actually gonna overpitch. I'm gonna overpitch. Alright. First stage has burnt out. I kinda wanna get a, you know, quick picture of staging here. Alright, cool. And second stage ignition is confirmed. Going for fairing separation. Fairing separation is confirmed. Swallow is reorienting. God, I forgot how much this engine sucks. We already went over 2,000 kilometers per hour in here. It's supposed to be a military satellite. Yes, but for whatever reason, they're wanting to spy on Minmus. probably need to keep this thing up a bit longer. This is still colonized, apparently. I'm really hoping this works, because otherwise I'm going to have to refit this with a different engine. But I really think that I am going to have to refit this with a different engine. This engine just sucks. I think it'll work on... It works well enough on Robin 3A2. I'm not sure it works on anything else. Maybe Robin 3A3? I know I have a launch of that coming up, but I think this is just, like, too much fuel. I'm going to burn a good portion of this Delta V just to stay up. Damn rocket image in Discord again. Yep. Okay, I think I'm at the point where I'm going to begin pitching over. Yeah, I posted it there. Because we're starting to gain a little bit more acceleration as we're burning more of the fuel. I think I needed to hop that into a higher trajectory given how terrible this engine is. Just give it more time and space. Yeah, this is definitely a... I want to switch engines. I really want to switch engines. I think I mathematically worked it out. I can. There's an engine of the same cost as this. Already very tested on Bluebird. Which I think might have a little bit... It has a similar specific impulse, maybe slightly less. But it would have more thrust. Problem is it's bigger. Honestly, the other thought is I tried to figure out what engine Robin 2 had. And start using that again. Right? Pushing for orbit. Okay. You can update that image with one flight 1660. Throttle cut. Orbital insertion successful. Yeah, I can probably update it with one flight, one success. Possibly retired, or possibly needing retirement. Alright, so, now we just gotta fling ourselves towards min-miss. Now, I'm fine with these long burns in this regard. So what is our ascending node? So it's so the node is 2 degrees. God damn it, Kerbal. And in order to make sure that I am actually receiving power in telemetry up here, solar panels will be extended as well, as well as the antenna. So I want to go to the descending node. Okay, we launched like a little bit past the ascending node, so that was pretty good actually. I timed the launch well, but I didn't quite get the angle right. Wrong way. I want to do a small correction this way. The corrective burn is about 75 meters a second of delta V. Probably about 76 meters per second delta V. Yeah, 76 meters per second delta V looks to be about right. Probably closer to 77. We aim at the maneuver node. It is saying that this will be a 5-second burn. Yeah, I do think that at the very least, you know, this stage is going to have its engine swapped out. For Robin 3A3, I don't know. I'll have to test it. Um, Actually, that motivates me to keep going today because I have a Robin 3A3 flight coming up. Okay. Oh God. Oh God, we're past the burn. We're past the burn. Just do it, 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 do it. Ah, 0.2 meters per second. That's good enough, right? Yeah. Okay then. So min miss is currently over here. Um, Actually, I still have 2,000 I have 2,400 meters per second delta V left. We'll be fine. Let's get us a little bit of a min miss intercept. All right. Burn time at 51 seconds. Reorient to the maneuver node. I will start at T minus 25 seconds. Actually, I'm about to get an incredibly cool view here, and I'm ready to press escape when it happens. Throttle up. Actually, let me do this. That's a cool screenshot. Just the silhouette of the rocket with the engine plume in the back. Something very specific I want to press escape for though. You'll see it when it comes up. Literally. There we go. We're in sunlight now. That's cool. I like how that looks. Okay, what is our current trajectory? We will get a flyby, right? Yeah, we are currently on a flyby trajectory. And miscapture will be 201 meters per second of delta V. I'm also going to set this to auto hibernate and warp, and quickly add an alarm 30 minutes before that happens. When will that be? Yeah, there we go. 11 days. So, 11 days until, we drop this satellite off in min-miss orbit. So we'll say this. Makes a good interplanet, or it makes a good stage once in orbit. Does not make a good stage for lifting, which actually means there is a very reasonable consideration that what I do for Swallow is, I don't necessarily retire Swallow 1A, but make a separate Swallow 1B variant for lifting heavy payloads to low Kerbin orbit. Um, I don't think I'm gonna retire that. That was not the greatest performance out of that engine, but it was still something. That wasn't terrible. That was having to fly in a slight pitch up configuration for a little bit of time, and maybe not even needing it that much. That wasn't like the Robin 3A4 launch where that thing was full pitch up just trying to get out of the atmosphere and barely managed to do it. Anyway, I will be right back. I gotta put a bird up. Alright, I am sorry about that. I'm back. And we actually have another launch coming up. MGCL 1 and 2. If possible, I'd like to do this in the morning. That's a Robin 3A3. That might be able to roll out to LC1. I think that, yeah, that can. Yeah, I'd like to be able to do this in the morning, I'll be honest. Rather than at night. It's the first flight of Robin 3A3. I should be able to see what's going on. You know, if anything goes wrong, I want to be able to, have good visual of it, you know. Although the real life example I draw a comparison to is more of a launched in the fog problem, um, you know, I don't want to S and 11 it. So thankfully, this is just going to the Mun. Alright, time to be stuck in the eternal loading screen hell. While I'm stuck in the eternal loading screen hell, I can also, add in the launch count to this. Did I even add Swallow as a rocket model? No, I didn't yet. Okay. There you go. We're gonna add Swallow 1 and Robin 3. So this is that was a Swallow 1A, and then this will be a Robin 3A3. So, you know, another inaugural flight here of the Robin 3A3. It will be interesting to see where this one winds up, because the inaugural flights of Robin 3A2 and Robin 3A4 had Robin 3A2 deemed as satisfactory, but Robin 3A4 not. Robin 3A3 is like basically in the middle. In comparison to that previous launch, the Swallow, it basically only has 75% of the tankage mass in the second stage. You know, it loses effectively a ring. Whereas, you know, a Robin 3A4 would have that extra, have that extra portion, and a Robin 3A2 would actually lose another portion. So the Robin 3A2 worked fine. That was acceptable. The Robin 3A4 did not. There was too little thrust. And that's why I'm like, that doesn't work. And I had a little bit more confidence in Swallow despite having that same second stage. Because the first stage would have had more oomph, and it did. And I do think that worked fairly well. It was a little annoying getting up to speed, but once some of that fuel had burned off, that stage did really start performing. That stage pretty much did start performing and actually started showing that, hey, this is viable, and controllable and doable. And actually, hell, there's like some real-life rockets which take longer to get to orbit, so that's not... I don't think that's badly out of line, even. Anyway, good news is this is just a Robin. Well, I mean, this is Robin 3, but, where the fuck are the flags? The flag's not render? My god, Kerbal, can you go 5 minutes without having a problem? This is driving me nuts. Like, yeah, there should be flags on here. I don't know why there's not. Anyway, settle up. SAS on. grab a screenshot with a waving flag, grab one with not. Guess I'll just launch it without. This can launch any time. It's going to the mun. So, T minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, ignition, and liftoff! We have this weird sideways, like, motion. I don't know why the Robin 3A3s have this very weird sideways motion off the pad, but for whatever reason they do. Okay, this looks a bit fucked, doesn't it? Like, oh god, what the hell has gone wrong? What happened? Okay. We are on course. And 3 is pitching down range. It's trying to, at the very least. We are correcting a bit the slightly anomalous liftoff. Go there. I think we're now on course. I kind of want the big ass plume. A nice plume shot of Robin 3A4 going up. I mean, you can see that the rocket's trying to correct itself. We're halfway through the... Oh god, we're halfway through the P80. We're gaining momentum. Don't worry, we're gaining momentum. We're back on course. I'm probably gonna fly this pretty shallow. Like, I don't think I'm gonna do any more of a gravity turn. I'm just holding at the current orientation. I need as much speed as this thing can get. Okay, I kind of like it having that little bit of a shot cone on it. Second stage burnout coming up in just a moment. Or not second stage burnout, first stage burnout coming out. Holy crap. Alright. Go for staging. Go for second stage ignition. Rocket's lost control. Come on. Throttle up, throttle up. We got control back, we got control back. Crap. This might have worked on a swallow, but yeah, for whatever reason, that wound up really underpowered. Okay, you know what? Cancel that. We need more altitude. Hope we're on prograde. God damn it, god damn it. We're out of control. We're out of control. This is a failure. Oh god. This is the heavy kick stage, wasn't it? You know what? Throttle up. See if you can use the thrust vectoring to regain control. Oh god, we're pointed down. Deploy fairings. This is a failure. This is a full-on launch failure. Question is, can we reverse trajectories and attempt to propulsively land at the Space Center? This radio fuel tank leak. Hey, we got a contract complete. Fuel panel broken by aero forces. Right. Going for staging. Hoping that we have more luck here. Okay. Put the throttle off. Complete mission failure. Actually, hold on. Well, that's the end of that. That was catastrophic failure. Yes. What was that called again? Actually, that's probably in the vessel complete log. I can check that real quickly. God damn it. Yeah, I think Robin 3A2 I stick with. I might argue that Robin 2 is not dead. Um, or alternatively that maybe I'll do a Robin 2C. Because Robin 3 appears to just not work. Ah, God. I think I'm hitting the point where I don't have the energy to keep going. I do want to just remember what that mission was named, though. Actually, I'll do something slightly extra. Something else. Um, I want to check what that mission was called. And, yeah, I seriously don't think that... I don't know. I would say Robin 3A3 is going to get restricted to very light payloads. Um, yeah. What the hell was Robin 3A4 carrying then? If it did so well, it might need more, Robin 3A3 might need more throttle on that, on its first stage. Yeah, I think what I'll do is I'll put Robin 3A3 on full throttle for the first stage. Yeah. FRT MGCL 1-2. Hold on. FRT MGCL 1-2. I'm not necessarily gonna retire Robin 3A3 yet, but I honest to goodness think Robin 3A2 and Robin 3A3 are gonna be restricted to very light payloads. And that Robin 2 is gonna take over kinda its previous role. Or Starling 2's been like completely successful. I love Starling 2. So if any launches which I need a Starling for, something a little smaller, like that's gonna work. That actually brings the next launch into question. I think Robin 3 is grounded for now. What is it? Customer is 55%. Yeah, no wonder. You're going on 75% now. Just to reduce those gravity losses. I'm gonna save. And, yeah. I'll have to go in and edit it for, the other one. For, Robin, or for, this. Honestly, there's every chance that I just take that mission and move it to Swallow. I want to do it on Robin. I want to do that on, like, a Robin 3, but I don't know if that's even gonna work at this point. I mean, that was a very heavy payload I was trying to lift. And it's probably gonna need to go on Swallow next. Let me bring out a Robin 1B. I want to take a look. A Robin 1B with a standard CCSB on top. So how much thrust do you have in the second stage? Because I'm trying to figure out what's going on here. So we have these. 2 of these. Okay, so let me refocus on that. Get rid of that. Okay, I'm trying to figure out if there's an easy way for me to switch this up. Okay, so this contains 225 liquid fuel, so total this would be 450 liquid fuel. Easy way to get 450 liquid fuel using these. I could do 2 of those. But engine-wise, what I'm really wanting to see is how much is this ARM-3 or ARM-A3 forming compared to an ANR 0124. So this has thrust vacuum of 148 kilonewtons. ARM-A3 orbital attachment device. Which I believe is... Oh, that's gonna be lower. Be under R, right? There we go. That's getting only 77 kilonewtons. So I was thinking, oh, I'm doubling the thrust. That's about 0.65 tons. And the Chavez is what? 0.64 tons. Yeah, I should be getting more thrust out of this. I mean, like, this gets more thrust. Gets a lot more thrust, but it, you know, approximately doubles the mass. Oh, great. What's the next? What? The thought is that I could use 2 of these and get rid of the ugliness. How much are these? Okay, so they're point... Actually, how much fuel am I having in there? If one of those is an equal amount of fuel, that's just that little bit of extra fuel. As opposed to make it an improvement, but it really doesn't wind up being one. But that's really weird, though, that it's not performing adequately. Because, I mean, the Robin 1B has performed adequately. With, this engine, the RMA, or with the RMA3, and in going to an engine that literally doubles the thrust output. And I've increased the second stage fuel by not as much. It's absolutely refusing to work. I'm confused. Okay, so how much weight is this adding? Because it's not its true weight. So we're at 27 tons. 24.6 to 27.2. 4.6, 7.2. So 0.6 to 0.2 would mean that you're getting about 0.6 there. So then we have to add 5 to, or not 5. We have to make it 25 to 27. So you get 2.6. That's about 2.6 tons. Or 2.6 tons of mass. Okay, these are a little heavier at 2.8 tons of mass. So you're getting about 0.2 extra tons. It is cheaper. Wonder if it's coming from the issue the decoupler is causing. I was like, this has worked absurdly well, consistently. Maybe I was just trying to launch too heavy of a payload with it. And I think even co-manifesting the payloads on the other Robin 3 is probably a bad idea. Um, oh God, yeah. Just I'm thinking for a moment. I kind of don't want to return Robin 1C in this. I could do, well, Robin 1B. I could do Robin 1C with that and that, but then that's just equivalent to, a Robin 3A2, the worse engine. Why is this engine working better? That's the question. I'm really honestly, Robin 3's problems have really confused me. Make a weird call. I think it might, well, might be time I thought about retiring the P80. Or the other thought is that, for Robin, or for Robin 3, I start considering a 3-stage launch vehicle. I mean, okay, so the important thing to note is that if I remove... No. Don't grab the fairing. There we go. Is if I remove this top part, this is about 6,000. So the other ones are shaving off about 1,000 in cost. Although I was also didn't have a weird kick to the side. I don't know why Robin 1C is not Robin C, Robin 3 is consistently having that issue. This is always just a really good launch vehicle. Why am I not able to reproduce that magic? It might be worth a return. I'm gonna get rid of the CCS. Hold on. I think Robin 1C enters service. Right. So. I think the call is two of these. Hold on. Let me put an Atlas ball back on. So it would be the same weight. Be a little higher up. Welcome back. I'm trying to figure out, basically what happened. Let's just say that I had a launch failure. Okay, the other issue is that they're clipped into the fairing. Man, it is difficult to optimize Robin beyond what it already was. That's what? 7203 meters per second delta V. If I put on the older thing, this, we're at 8239. Yeah, that extra mass savings is really helping. I'm making a determination. I'm switching over to Robin 1C. I think I made a serious error in judgment in adding or in trying to switch to these. Yeah. I think I'm gonna move the old payloads onto a Robin 1C. And then I'll probably also do a Robin 1D with, one of these instead. The Millset got deployed, yes. It was the next launch with, two... What were they? Yeah, the next launch which had two, uh, Mun landers, which, failed. And it failed hard. Like when something fails to the point where you are rethinking the design of your rocket, yeah, two landers. When it fails that hard, you're rethinking the design of your rocket. That's bad. There are miniature landers. Oh, right. Oh no, there weren't any people on it. No people were on the rocket. They were robotic landers. How do I stick this on? Yeah, because I only... Oh, that's a problem. Um... That's a big problem. Because this does have that lower attachment point. This doesn't. Okay, you know what? A Robin 1C is 6,000 a launch. What I want to check is how much is a Swallow 1A. Because if a Swallow 1A, or Robin 1, no, Robin 1B is about 6,000. So if a Swallow 1A is, how much are you? You're about 7,000. Okay. I feel like this, you know what? I think next time it's gonna have to be a lot of rocket redevelopment. Um, that's what I'm gonna have to start considering. Because, man, it does not feel like I've managed to develop a replacement for Robin 1B. And I'm trying to think of how to do so, and I'm coming up blank constantly. Like, this Chavez engine is really good if you could get it mounted. And for the Robin, that's a serious, or the Robin 1B, that's a serious issue. Oh God. I mean, the other thought is that Robin 1B comes out of retirement. Which I think is what I'm gonna do. Like, I don't think there's a point to flying another Swallow. It's okay. It's okay enough. But I think that the next set of payloads gets moved to a Robin 1B. Although I think that'll be for next time. Yeah. I'm really tired. I need to sit on this for a little longer. Need to think about some decisions. So what I'll probably do is, yeah, I should probably sleep. Yep, get food, sleep. Um, I know you're here, Hairflex. I have no idea if anyone else who's actually watching this is technically watching or not, but I think I will throw them at one of my friends who's playing City Skylines right now. When I have a moment after I scrap that remaining vehicle. So going on a raid. Because I'm on Twitch. I need to do this again. Yep, there we go. That is scrapped. I'll have to come back to it next time. Your name. This is longer than the counter says. I didn't even see that. I've had one, two, three. Yeah, three people before you chatted. So yeah, I don't know what's going on. Anyway, yeah, I'll raid. City Skyline, or he's playing City Skylines today, probably chilling. Your counter says 7. Yep. Um, make sure I have this right. I don't even see a viewer list. Where the hell do you see a viewer list? You're certain there's a bunch of bots in there? That probably makes sense. Anyway, yeah, let's raid. Under your own avatar, top right. Oh. I think those are just people who chat on the videos in general, or the videos, the streams in general. Anyway, hope this works. No, because I see a bunch of bots. That's, yeah, usually talk. That's fair. I don't know what's going on. Anyway, well, I'll do the raid just briefly. Thank you everyone for watching. This is me, No Name 174. Links to my YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter down below. Uh, YouTube, Discord, and Twitter. Why would I say Twitch? God damn it. Are down below if you're interested in any of those things. You can join the Discord if you want notifications on the live streams. You can go to YouTube if you want to see me play like Rule the Waves. And Twitter exists. Don't go there. Um, maybe someday it will finally die. I don't know. It's just kind of... It's half dead. It's limping. Anyway, uh, there we go. The raid's created. So, yeah. I'll see you next time. Alright, let's do this. Gonna say hi to my friend Maturo. Bye!